Hello, hello. I think I am live. Ah, just wait to see if anyone joins me. Hey, go. It's a bit of an impromptu. I've just hit 40,000 subscribers, so thank you all. Welcome to all the new subs. And who have we got here? Hey, how you going? Tartarian is correct. Welcome. All right, I've got a few people, so I'll just talk a bit. Wait for a few more people to join. Before we get into it, and Bernie's probably going to come along and join in a minute, well, in half an hour or so as well. All right. Oh, here we go. Jim, how you going? Prosperity Now. Damien, hello. Andy, Fred, hello. Bex, yes, thank you, Jim. Yes, and thank you all. 40,000 subs on the main channel. Hit it a few days ago. I've been meaning to do a live for a few days, but time just keeps slipping away, right? Slipping into the future. All right, Bex, how you going? Morpheus Maximus. All right, nice. Hippie Shake, hello. Cassandra, Sunny, hello. Welcome everyone. Snap Phase, hello. All right, yeah. So bit of an impromptu. I thought we'd have a bit of a talk about the Mandela Effect, right? We all know of the Mandela Effect, and it's kind of been around for 6 or 7 years now. And it's kind of one of those things that hangs around in the background, but there's still new Mandela Effects coming out all the time. And what does it mean, right? What does it mean? What's the Mandela Effect? Of course, the normies, the mainstream will come out and say, oh, it's just, it's just wrong memories, right? You're just remembering things wrongly. But I don't think that happens on such a mass scale. So we'll get in and have a look at some of the Mandela effects, and some of them are pretty weird. E.T. Have you heard the E.T. one? We all know E.T. Well, old people like me know E.T. Who have we got here? Make America Great Again. Oh, thank you. Love you too. Joey, hello. Ties back to Bible. Yes, what's that? Tartari? Everything. Lots of things. I mean, the Bible's lots of books, isn't it? 66, in fact. Used to be over 500. James Breeden, hello. Bex, Max, hello. Oh no, I don't buy it. What don't you buy? The Mandela Effect? We'll have a look at it. Hippie Shake. Well, happy birthday to your eldest son. Hello, Anne. Thank you for joining us. Lisa, hello. I am Lord I am Lord Shri Hari. Hello. Snap fast. Anne Pearson. Something definitely up with time. Exactly right. Snap phase, right? ET phone home. That's what we thought it was, but we're all wrong. I'm sorry to tell you, Snap phase, it is not ET. And I went and I watched this because I couldn't believe it. And I went and watched it, and it's true. It is no longer ET phone home. It is now ET home phone. And I kid you not, go and watch it. Go and watch the movie. It's just freaky. It's the freakiest thing to watch because everything else it doesn't look doctored, right? It's just freaky. ET is now ET home phone, which doesn't even make sense. Who we got here? Slim Pickings. Virgil, I see someone saying hello to Slim Pickings, but I can't see Slim Pickings. Oh, there you are. Hello, Slim Pickings. Lisa Nord, hello. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah. Seriously, go and check it out. It's so weird. The scene, and he puts up his finger and he goes, phone home. But no, home phone. And there's just some freaky ones coming out that just don't make sense. Like Moonraker, James Bond Moonraker with Jaws, the massive dude with the metal teeth. And at the end of it, he meets his girlfriend, like this little, nerdy girl, and she's got, and she looks up and they meet each other, and she's got these massive braces in her mouth, and they look up and they smile, and they've both got these, mouths full of metal. Now the girl doesn't have braces. So again, the scene doesn't make sense. It's weird. Hello, Jeannie. Hello, Andy. How you going? John Williamson sings a song, etc. Phone home. Does he? Is that like Hey True Blue? Hey True Blue? Is that John Williams? Hey True Blue. Don Burge, how you doing? I remember Mandela dying in prison. Yeah, that's where it started. So Mandela Effect started because many people remember Mandela dying in prison in '85. I don't, but I was, not that old at that point. How old was I? Like 13 or something. So, but a lot of people do. Yeah, this is a thing. And then of course he was, alive, released in the 2000s, became president, all this kind of stuff. It's not ET home phone. I agree, Audrey, but apparently we're all wrong. Yeah, we're all wrong. It doesn't it? And the funny thing is, things like this, like ET phone home, that has been referenced so many times. You'd be able to find that in movies, in home videos, in flyers, all types of stuff. And the thing about the Mandela Effect is they don't change. It's just like the source code that changes. There's the movie Shazam, and it's I think it's more American. I've never seen it. It's not an Australian thing, but there was a comedian called Sinbad made a movie Shazam. Well, many people remember this movie, but it was never made, right? They say now it was never made, and the actor or the comedian Sinbad said it wasn't made. But someone's found some of this video, some of this movie on a home video. It looks like they've recorded it on their VHS tape back in the 80s. And so we've got footage of a movie that was never made. How does that work? So there's all these weird things. And the weirdest one, I'll just say it, I'll let you know later. Who remembers Casablanca and the famous line? What is the most famous line from Casablanca? Seriously, one of the most famous lines in movie history. Can anyone tell me? I'll just read some of these. Anonymous, hello, CC3PO with a silver leg. Weird, right? The lion lay with the lamb. Yeah. Now it's the wolf lies with the lamb. Again, what is? Doesn't even make sense. Hello, Hanab. How you going? Tiananmen Square. Yeah, Tiananmen Square. Tank. I remember him being run over, and now he's not. Now he doesn't get run over. He just sort of runs around in front of it and they stop. The Monopoly banker dude had a monocle. And that's another one. There's a scene in Pet Detective, Jim Carrey, Pet Detective 2, where there's a guy and he comes out and the guy, all he's got is a monocle. He doesn't have a top hat. He doesn't have a cane or anything like the Monopoly man. And Jim Carrey says, "Who are you, the Monopoly man?" And so the only feature that would make him the Monopoly man is the monocle. But of course, the Monopoly man now in this timeline never had a monocle. So we've got, it's like the source code is taken, right? They take the monocle off, literally if you've got a Monopoly game that you bought in the 70s that you remember had a monocle, go and find it and it won't have the monocle. So the source code's been changed, but all the, like the things, like the movies and where it was mentioned, that hasn't been changed. That's still there, which is really, really, really strange. Yes, play it again, Sam, right? Play it again, Sam. Well done, Joey. So, what do you think? Do you think that they still say play it again, Sam? What do you reckon? I'll give you a clue. They don't. And that again, that line is in so many movies, so many other movies, right? It's everywhere. Play it again, Sam, right? We all know it. But it was never said. It was never in the movie, in this timeline. So let me know what you think it is. Because there's actually a movie called The Mandela Effect, and I think it's online somewhere. I think it might be on one of the pay, platforms, but you can probably find it for free, no doubt. And it's called just The Mandela Effect, and it's all about the Mandela Effect. And it goes into, it mentions that line, but it talks about this man's daughter. It's about a couple, and their daughter at the start drowns. They're at the beach, and she's got Curious George puppet, stuffed toy, and she's carrying this stuffed toy by its tail, right? Curious George by its tail. And she goes down and she goes swimming, and because she takes the teddy bear in with her, she lets go of it and tries to go after it and ends up drowning. And then the next day, the father starts seeing Mandela effects, and then he sees the one about Curious George, right? Curious George no longer has a tail. And he starts going, hang on, because he's got a photo. The last photo of his daughter was of her carrying Curious George by his tail. And so it goes into this big thing about how it's all a computer program, and he basically ends up making the computer trip out and reset, because these are all glitch, so that's what, are these all glitches in the matrix? Is this a sign that things are breaking down and that, the computer might need to be reset, shall we say? Who have we got here? What are we saying? Many of us have figured out so far, as far as movies goes, it's all CIA. Project Mockingbird. So they can easily redub voiceovers. Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the problem. If you bought that movie on DVD or VHS or whatever, your version will be changed as well. So that there's no way, right, that they broke into everyone's house and dubbed over them. It's the source code has been changed. That's the problem. That's like I said with the Monopoly box. Everyone who bought a Monopoly with the monocle back in the 70s and 80s, that monocle is no longer on their box. And someone didn't come in and change the box. Erin, how you going? Oh, thank you. I missed you too. I know I've been busy doing lots and lots and lots. I know I need to make more history videos. I do, and I've got at the moment I've got about 4 or 5 up in my screen, just in all tabs that I've got to get done. So getting there, but time just keeps disappearing from me. So did anyone get it? So what do you think they say for Play It Again, Sam? I had a Curious George t-shirt and he had a tail. There you go. And so if you still had that t-shirt, Joey, if it came from the Curious George logo, it would no longer have a tail. But the thing is, you could have a photo of you with that t-shirt and it would have a tail. So this is the problem. This is why it's much more than, just false memory, right? There's something much, much bigger going on here. Exactly right. Sketches, how you going? It's life, Jim, but not as we know it. Not as we know it, Captain. George couldn't hang from the lamppost without a tail. Well, there you go. That's a good point, Mad Pieman. We didn't have Curious George. He wasn't very big in Australia, but I would agree. You can't hang from a lamppost without a tail if you're a monkey. And he's a monkey, right? Monkeys have tails. He's not a chimpanzee. Hans, how you going? Welcome, Moira. Oh, who was out today? I didn't get out today, but I did see some stuff in Brisbane. So hope everyone did get out. I was planning to, but my time evaporated again. CERN reverse engineering, 500 years to build, but they can, but they say they built. But they say build stair 1964. Okay, CERN reverse engineering 500 years to build. I'm not sure what you mean. They've gone and chemtrailed the old movies. Another nice mess you've gotten us into from Lauren Hardy. Yeah, another fine mess. Yep, the 51 project. I heard that one too. Exactly. I have a docking log. I have a docking tag from Hershey's factory. It says Kit Kat, dark, nice, with a dash in it. There you go. Another one is Kit Kat. So let me let me share my screen. Let's see, how do we do this? I'll have to see if Bernie's waiting. I think he wants to come and have a chat as well. Well, that didn't work. 1 minute. I'm getting there. Here we go. Share screen. Oh, what? Where are you? Oh, there. All right, 50 unbelievable examples of the Mandela Effect. Obviously Mandela, right? We all know this one. Berenstain Bears is now Berenstain. It used to be Stein, E-I-N. I definitely remember that one. Luke, I am your father. So what is he? He says something different. Luke, I am your father. But what if you were told he actually never said it? He said, no, I am your father. Of course, C-3PO. That one's just weird, right? And can anyone tell me, I can't see the comments now. Can anyone tell me, because I haven't watched Star Wars since, is this in Star Wars? Because I mentioned it to my boys, and my eldest boy said that it was just because this was in the the prequel that they made, that he had this, and there was some story along with it that he lost his leg and they had no more gold or something. So is this actually in Star Wars Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi? Because if it is, then yeah, it definitely wasn't in the first place. And don't you love his feet? How they just spray painted sneakers, and you can literally see his like legs in the gap here. It's very cool. Very, very cool. Sex and the City is now Sex in the City. No, it was Sex in the City. Now it's Sex and the City. Yeah, right. Life was not like a box of chocolates. Life is like a box of chocolates. Now it is life was like a box of chocolates. Again, that doesn't make sense, because if it was like a box of chocolates, that's what someone on their deathbed who's got no more life says. Life was, not someone who's living and going forward. This one, I'm not sure. This is American. Oscar Mayer. Apparently, they've changed it from A to E, Mayer to Meyer. Of course, the Monopoly Man changed. J.C. Penney now has an E. Do you, again, this is American, but do people in America remember it as penny or penny like this without the E? As in penny, right? As in penny, like the coin. We Are the Champions. So many people remember the song finishing with Of the World, but it does not say that. It just finishes with We Are the Champions. Sally Field made a speech back in the 80s where I think she got Best Actress. And she was up there and she was saying, oh my gosh, you like me, you really, really like me. But apparently she never said that. She really said, you like me right now. You like me. You like me right now, you like me. So I don't know. Weird. Yeah, Ricky Ricardo, The Lucy Show. What did he used to say? Splaining. You got some splaining to do. Never said it. Never said splaining. The Mona Lisa, many people remember her not smiling. People believe the painting once contained a woman whose smile was hardly detectable. So it's not the best picture, but she's, it looks more like a smiling face. I remember her as very stern with just the corners, just sort of upturned. So again, Mr. Rogers, that one. Kit Kat, here we go. This is what it is now. No dash. No dash. And this goes back to the old ones, like it's, but like, who was it said, he's got a tag, but it's got the dash on it. Interview with the vampire. It used to be interview with a vampire, which makes more sense. Like there's more than one vampire with the vampire. Chick-fil-A. I'll just run through these. Hannibal never said hello, Clarice. Now he said greetings or something. Basically, line was never said. Curious George never had a tail. The Queen said in Snow White never said mirror, mirror on the wall. There was no genie movie. Here's that one starring Sinbad. So again, let me know. Did anyone see this movie? Do you remember it? Because literally they say it was never made. It doesn't exist. But this is the one. If you search for it on YouTube, it's on YouTube. Just search for the Shazam movie, Sinbad, and you'll find someone's uploaded a home video with footage of this dude in it, dressed up as a genie. So weird one. Tail, right? I remember him with a black bit on the end of his tail. And I'm not a big Pokemon dude, but that's definitely how I remember Pikachu. Fruit Loops. Okay, this is weird, right? Double O for Fruit Loop, for fruit. So do you remember that? Or do you remember fruit as in, F-R-U-I-T? Because that's what I remember. And you see, this is the thing about Fruit Loops, right? Not that they actually taste like that, but they're supposed to be, orange, lemon, lime, they're supposed to be different fruits, flavors. So this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. This Jif, we don't have this in Australia, apparently. It used to be Jiffy, is that right? Yeah, it used to be Jiffy, now it's Jif. What? This is weird. Whiteout, right? W-I-T-E. Whiteout, without the H. What's going on there? Mickey Mouse no longer has suspenders, but he has the buttons to hold his suspenders up. Do you remember him with suspenders? I definitely remember, like in Steamboat Willie and that, and the older one, definitely. I mean, I haven't watched much Disney, really. Is actually people misspelling, Gandhi's name, yeah. Where's the H, right? I remember it in the front of the A, and now it's in front of the I. Smokey the Bear is just Smokey Bear, so he's no longer the. He's just Smokey Bear. What do you remember? Here's the tank. Build it and he will come, right? It's not build it and they will come anymore. This one. Do you remember this song, right? I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. No, it's not. It's not I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. It is the Barbie. When Aqua is referring, blah, blah, blah. Don't worry, we're singing it wrong. It's not I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. What is it? Aqua is referring to a very specific Barbie world, the Barbie world to be exact. Oh, okay. God, that was hard to extract. It's now I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world, not in a Barbie world. I definitely remember a Barbie world. Cliff's Notes. So Cliff Notes, these are just notes that you could get for studying. And they were made by a guy called Cliff, right? Mr. Clifton. And they were called Cliff Notes, but now they're Cliff's Notes. So do you remember Cliff Notes or Cliff's Notes? Daylight Saving, there's all these ones. Looney Tunes, right? Who remembers the Looney Tunes? Because this is what it is, right? Or do you remember Looney Tunes as in 2 O's? Because again, it's a cartoon, right? That's why it was tunes, right? For cartoon. It's got nothing to do with music, right? Tunes. It's got nothing to do with music. So this, again, doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Hang on. All right. So I'll stop sharing and just see if anyone's still with me. Oh, here we go. What do we think? How did we go there? Oh, Joe Gifford, how are you going? 2 O's. Yes, I agree. Smokey the Bear. I've heard Smokey Bear and Smokey the Bear. I remember Marathon Choc Bar. Whoops. Now it's Sneakers. You remember it being called Marathon and now it's called Sneakers. That is weird. We don't have either of those. The Jewish version of that song, which, Barbie Girl. God, they've got a Jewish version? How does that work? Judith Parker, Narcissist, Self-Entitlement. We used the Julian lunar calendar prior to 1752. That's correct. March was month 1. Yeah, month. Of course, month. We lost 11 days, switching to Gregorian solar calendar, making Janus month 1. Yeah, so the start of the year used to be, March. Yes, that's true. Free Soul Hippie, hello, how you going? The past isn't permanent and the future never comes. Exactly. All there is now, right? The present now is now is a gift. That's why they call it the present. Living in a Barbie world. Audrey, hello, how you going? Aaron, hello. And Dilemma, not Dilemma. Yeah, I get a lot with spelling because I'm obviously a bit of a word dude. I like my words. I'm always, all the time, I'm coming across words and I'm just like, that is not the way this word is spelled. And I have to go and check. And I check and I check, and it's all spelled a way that I don't remember. So it's very weird. Crypto Alchemist, how you going? Oh, that's Mr. Bernie. Oh, hello. Oops, what have I done? All right. In Chanting Waters Tarot, the Bible says wolves now, not lions. I know, right? And the Lord's Prayer as well. It says, forgive us our debts, not forgive us our sin. What is it? Forgive us our trespasses. Yeah. As we forgive those who trespass against us. It's now forgive us our debts. So, yeah, right. The bankers have taken over the Bible. Barbie and Ken. Have they changed as well? Joy? What happened to Barbie and Ken? I would hate to think what happened to Barbie and Ken. I'm way up the comments. I'll go down there. Okay. I'm confused. It is the Barbie world. Not exactly. I agree, right? This is the problem, Hans. This is what the Mandela Effect is it's not a person having a memory that everyone else says, no, that never happened. It is, it's a lot of people, a huge proportion of the population remember something a certain way, but now when we go and check it, it's a different way. And there are some people who are not sure, and some people, remember different things. I'm like different strokes. It's now, I remember it being spelled different strokes, like, the word different, but now it's diff, D-I-F dash rent, like diff rent strokes. But I remember different, but my ex remembers diff rent. So, we're not that far apart in age. So who knows, but it could also be, when did that change? That may have changed 10 years ago, right? And she may have watched reruns of it. And this is the thing. And it's like the Pokemon tail. I remember it as black, but I've never been a Pokemon person. I only sort of saw it when it was new 20 years ago. And so people who have been into it since, if it changed and then they've been seeing it yellow for the last 5 years, that's what they're going to remember, right? So, it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. Auto, does Bernie round 2 get a blue wrench? Well, I don't know, Bernie. You see, the thing is, like, your channel got taken down, mate. So I might have to go with YouTube and think that you're a bit of a naughty person. I can't do it here. Hang on. Give me 1 minute. All right, everyone. Give me 1 tick. I have to do something. Talk amongst yourselves. Hope I don't get reverb here. Not cool. All right, where are you, Bern? Oh, there you are. All right, cool. Okay, so should we go have a look at some more Mandela Effects? Hello, Free Thought Domain. How you going? Audrey. Kenny's quite fetching as Barbie. Is this what's happening now? I mean, this is the thing. It wouldn't surprise me with all this bloody cross-genderization stuff they're into. Pokemon tail was black. I agree, Crystal. I agree. Crystal Wen, is that right? Aaron, black tail, I agree. There you go. Malcolm remembers different. See, this is the thing. I remember different. Does different, or were they trying to be cool? Were they? Was that like street, giving them street cred? Different. Trains barking. What does that mean? Hello, Free Thought. Crazy making what? Abuse. Why has your channel not been taken down? My channel? Oh, why has your channel been taken down? Bernie. We had some issues on a live stream. So unfortunately, because, there are trolls, we can't put links in the chat anymore because we were just doing a talk back and someone nefarious decided to get the link and jump in with, and their picture was not acceptable, shall we say, and it got caught. It only flashed on for like a minute, like a second. So I think it was a troll who did it and then reported the actual video. So, we just got to be careful. There's trolls everywhere at the moment. It's a Mr. Smith effect, right? All these people who seem normal, they're all starting to freak out and turn into minions of the machine. Mandela Effect didn't work on you. It didn't work on you, Ra. So what does that mean, though? Because what do you remember then? Do you remember Berenstain Bears or Berenstein Bears? Let's have another look, and then I'll have a chat with Bernie. Let's see what the rest of these Mandela effects are. All right, so Jaws. Now it's you're going to need a bigger boat, and it used to be where I definitely remember we're going to need a bigger boat, but now it's you. So what does that mean? He's just going to jump off and leave them? You're going to need a bigger boat. I'm out of here. Doesn't make sense. Pixie sticks is actually spelled pixie with a Y. Now, I don't remember these. How do you remember them? Chartreuse. Okay. Chartreuse is a color, and many people remember it as like a greeny, yellowy color, kind of like this kind of thing. I mean, sorry, remember it as like an burgundy, sort of like a burgundy red, but now it's this. Now it's greeny yellow. So how do you remember chartreuse? Chartreuse, the color clearly seen on chartreuse liquor, which has been around since the late 1700s, but it's weird to think we've been mistaking the color for so long. It's actually yellowish green. So yeah, it used to be pinkish purple. So there you go, wrong. Febreze. Okay, it's only got one E. So most of these are just little funny changes. You know, they're not things that affect anything in a big way. Sketches, because Sketches no longer has the T. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay. I remember a T. Do you remember a T? Gene Wilder is dead again. Oh my God. How many times he died? Like the original Mandela Effect, many think Gene Wilder is yet another example. Multiple deaths. People remember Gene Wilder dying a few years back, but he actually died in 2016. Don't remember that one. Funyuns. Now these again, right? These are onions, right? They're onion rings. So we didn't get these, but it used to be. They used to be called like apparently funyuns, like onions, right? Funyuns. But now it's funny uns, which has got nothing to do with onions. So again, doesn't make sense. Mike and Ilk Sourlicious Fruit Punch. Don't know that one. The portrait of King Henry VIII eating a turkey leg doesn't exist. What? I remember that one. Well, there you go. Who remembers that? This dude, and he had like a big turkey leg in his hand with a bite out of it. Well, there you go. Doesn't exist. Rubik's Cube. It's actually Rubik's Cube, not Rubik's Cube. I remember Rubik's. I don't remember it with an X. Chuck E. Cheese. This is another American one. Chuck E. Cheese's. Apparently it was Chuck E. Cheese, not Chuck E. Cheese's. I think I've seen movies and they say Chuck E. Cheese. Oreos, boring. Oh, Judge Judy never used a gavel on her show. Are you serious? Okay, now that's crap. I definitely remember her smacking that gavel and yelling at people. Yeah. Oh, okay, so Judge Judy never had a gavel. Oh, my God. Yeah, Risky Business. Now he wears a pink shirt and has no sunglasses when he comes out and does old-time rock and roll. Someone doesn't know where they are anymore. So there you go. So what do we think about all of that? Lots and lots of Mandela effects. Len, how you going? Yes, 100K. Yes, share this video out, subscribe, like. Let's go to 100 grand. Why not? Blessed are the cheesemakers I know, and they all work at Chuck E. Cheese now. Onion Funyun. Yep. Crypto Campbell, this just sounds like Looney Tune trail crap onion articles. It's exactly what it is. Yep, I agree. Yep, Joe. Definitely remember him with a white shirt and like the Ray-Bans, the classic 80s Ray-Bans, Black Sunnies. Definitely. I remember, yeah, for sure. Didn't she have a small gavel? Well, I don't know, Ra, because the Mandela effect doesn't work on you now, does it? Hey, what do you think now? She never had any gavel, nothing. But I remember her with a gavel, and yeah, I think it was a smaller one. It wasn't like a big. It was just her little petite sort of Judge Judy one. But yeah, that's what I remember. So you may have been Mandela. Wait, they got to have second. Those sunglasses were a huge thing. Exactly, because Ray-Bans were massive at that time, right? Black sunnies with little chrome diamonds on them. They were the schnizzle. So yeah, CERN at work could be CERN. Many people have pointed the finger at CERN. Messing with timelines. We've also got Project Looking Glass, right? Project Looking Glass. Again, CIA. Basically, Looking Glass technology. They can look into the future and see. What it was is if they put scenarios in, they can see how they'll play out in the future. Is how the technology sort of worked. They couldn't just sort of see what would happen. And so they started playing with it, with this looking glass technology, and they got to a point where they couldn't change anything no matter what they put in, which means everything's converging. So is that part of the Mandela effect, that everything is converging into one timeline? Like all these split off timelines are now converging, which is also the Great Reset, maybe. And so we're getting all these different perspectives and timelines all right getting squashed together. Is that what the Mandela effect is? I don't know. We may have to get Bernie in. Hang on, Bernie. Let me just read these, and hang on. Let me. I'll send you a thing. Okay, Bernie, coming your way. Yeah. So, what do you think? What are some more Mandela effects, and what do you remember? What do you remember? Mutable timelines, adjusting to Narnia. What's Narnia? Extra row seats in JF. Yeah. Free thought domain. So a lot of people remember 4 people. Is that right? Now it's 6, or the other way around. I remember it being a big car. I thought I had 3 rows of seats. Who knows? It's hard to. Rachel. I'm an avid watcher of Judge Judy. Judy, if it doesn't make sense, it's not true. She definitely has a gavel. There you go. All right. Mandela effect in effect. Mirror, mirror on the wall is now magic mirror on the wall. Exactly, right? Exactly. Can we enter the multi-stream? Yes. I just sent you on Telegram, Bernie. Is it information overload that our minds just can't remember clearly? Well, the thing is, it's not that. It's we've got groups of people, like one big percentage of the population will say it was definitely this, and then another and it seems to be that the higher percentages remember things as different than they are now, and then we have a smaller percentage saying no, this is the way it's always been. So it's not like everyone's remembering different random things. It's as far as, like I said, as far as it looks like they changed. If we're looking at this as a simulation, a program, think of them changing the source code. So they've just gone into the program, right? And they've gone to Berenstain Bears, and they've just changed Berenstain to Berenstain. They just changed the spelling. And that means that when the computer's running, because there's only now, right? There's no time. So when it's running, everything that it's putting out as Berenstain is now it's going to be put out as Berenstain. So they're changing the source code, but that doesn't change like photos. Like if you've got the book in your house, it will change the name of the book because they've changed, because that came from the program, the matrix. But if you took a photo of that book, then the photo won't have changed. And that's what's weird. Like I said, there's movies, quoting the Monopoly Man with the monocle and quoting Play It Again, Sam. And by the way, Play It Again, Sam, I thought it might be in that article. Play It Again, Sam is now, are you ready for it? Sing it, Sam. That's it. Play It Again, Sam was never said in Casablanca. You can go and watch it. And again, the ET, go and check out ET. Just YouTube ET phone home, and you watch that the small clip, and he doesn't say it. He says ET home phone. Time occurs simultaneously. It does. And more than we know. We're actually living multiple existences, right, all at the same time, which is another part of the converging. Didn't Rogan used to have hair? I don't know. Did he? I'm sure he had some at some point. Yeah, who knows? Rogan, sing it. Thought it was Play It, Sam. Yeah, Play It Again, Sam, right? But now that's not in the movie. Now it's Sing It, Sam, which doesn't make sense. And like I said, this is one of the ones where Play It Again, Sam, you'll find that in hundreds of movies, people quoting that line. And that line in the movies as a quote will still be there. It's just the source. The source, like all the videos and movies, it's changed. It's all changed, which is weird. And it'd be interesting to ask, some of these people who have quoted that in movies, how they remember it. Because someone asked James Earl Jones, the voice of Darth Vader, what did you say in Star Wars? And he said, Luke, I am your father. But now in the movie it says, no, I am your father. So what is going on? Twilly HT missed. It doesn't change anything. You own that show's the original version. It doesn't change your experience or memory of it. We are trained to doubt and second guess. No, it does change. Like it does. If you remember Berenstain Bears, EI, and you have a book, it doesn't matter if you remember Stein, you will still have a book that says Stein. If you remember the Monopoly Man with a monocle, you can go and find a box from the 1960s, no monocle. You can go and find a copy of Casablanca, right? A movie from the 60s, the original, if it's around from what was it, the 40s? And the original will not say Play It Again, Sam. So it's not a collective memory thing. There's no way that this many people, because if it can't be collective memory, if that's the diagnosis, it's mass psychosis is what it is. It's not some memory thing. It's much, if that's the reason, it's mass psychosis, right? Or mass hypnosis, whatever you want to call it. It's a massive, massive percentage of the population remembering something that never happened. How does that? It's not everyone remembering randomly different things. It's everyone having the same memory. And like I said, they'll say, no, there's definitely a monocle on the Monopoly Man, and they'll go and get their box and they'll go, oh, there's no Monopoly Man, there's no monocle. And this is the problem. If you second guess yourself then the program's got you, because you no longer believe yourself. You're now believing the 3D world, which is a projection, right? The 3D world is a created projection. So if you're believing that above your own thoughts and memory, and you're not going to trust yourself, then not good, right? Maybe that's what this is about. Maybe it's all about trusting ourselves. Because, someone can tell me until they're blue in the face that Play It Again, Sam was never in Casablanca, and I'm not going to believe them. I'm going to believe myself. It just might be where we're from different timelines. I'm not going to tell them to change their mind. They can believe what they want. I don't really care, but something is going on here. Shine the light. Yes, we are seriously living in the twilight zone. Check your hard copies, guys. Exactly, guys. Go and check your old DVDs, your VHS, your old books, Bible. Get your Bible out, right? Go check the Lord's Prayer. Does it say, forgive us our trespasses? Go and read your Bible, because it doesn't. Does it say, the lion will lie down with the lamb? Go and check your Bible. And literally, right, you could go back to a Bible from the 1800s and it will be changed. It will be changed. Bernai, did you get my thing? Where are you? Oh, and I am on your channel, Bernie. I'm on Crypto Alchemist, right? That's what you're called. As far as I know, I am. Am I not? Tell me if I'm not, Bernie, because it's telling me I'm streaming to 2 channels, and one of them is yours. So I'm not sure what's going on there. We'll see if Bernie comes on. All right, so there we go. I'll just show. I've got a few pictures actually. Let me get them up, and we'll have a. We'll do this. What are we doing? Mandela Effect. A little bit more. Mandela. Oh my God, my computer's so slow. Okay, where are we? So, share screen. Okay, so Berenstain. So this is what I remember, Berenstain Bears. And now this is what is on all the books. Berenstain. So what do you remember? And of course, you know, we've got photos, right? We've got a photo of him, all gold. And we've got a photo of him with a silver. So, you know, we've got these images of how people remember them. So this really, you know, that kills any argument that it's false memory, because where did this picture come from? Where did that footage of Shazam come from, right? Where did the bits in the movies, like of Jim Carrey talking about the Monopoly Man and all these other bits and pieces of quoting things that no longer exist, where did they all come from? So it's not collective memory loss. And yeah, has anyone seen Star Wars recently, or Empire Strike Back, or Return of the Jedi? Does he have a silver leg in the original trilogy? Captain Crunch. I think it used to be Captain, and now it's Captain Crunch. What do you remember? E.T. Phone Home. It is definitely now, I kid you not, E.T. Home Phone. But clearly someone's gone out and made this picture, right? They remember Phone Home. The Flintstones. So Flint Stones or Flynn Stones? What do you remember? I remember Flint. And I believe now it's Flintstones, but I remember Flint Stones because, you know, Flint Stones, that was what the name was. They were back in the Stone Age, right? Flintstone, that's what you used to start fires with. Flint. Fruit Loops, there you go. How did we get this picture? Where did this come from? If this is just a collective mismemory, where's this picture come from? All right, it exists, but now this is Fruit Loops. What do you remember? Kit Kat, dash, no dash. Again, where did this picture come from? Right? Fruit of the Loom. This is one from America as well. Do you remember it with this cornucopia? Or do you remember it without a cornucopia? Looks a bit weird, right? Fruit of the Loom. I mean, are these called looms as well? I don't know. It's just fruit really now, isn't it? Looney Tunes, right? I remember Looney Tunes. Okay, here we go. Scarecrow, right, in The Wizard of Oz, now has a revolver, a gun. Do you remember the Scarecrow with a gun? And if he had a gun, why didn't he shoot the Wicked Witch of the West? Or those flying monkey dudes? Interview with a vampire? Interview with the vampire? Which one is it? So there we go. There's a few more. How are you all? Still can't find Bernie. Let's see what everyone is saying. No, it was Tunes. I agree. Definitely Tunes. Jamie Vicious, hello. Thank you. Nope, never had a gun. I agree. Never remember a gun in The Wizard of Oz. That's weird. The Lord of Illusion is showing his hand. That would be Medea, right? Or as we call it, Media, Goddess of Illusion. Kit Kat has lost its due to cost cutting. Couldn't afford it anymore. Too much printing costs. Thanks for watching. I'm joining in mentally. I have no idea what you're writing there. Mentally? Okay, so Bernie might join. I'm losing it a bit. It's weird, right? And there's just do a search. There's heaps of these out there. I have a vintage Canadian French print by Colico Canada, and it says Flintstones. There you go. It says Flintstones. But now it's Flintstones, no T. And this is the thing. So you've got a Canadian French print. So that's a piece of art that someone's made. So that hasn't changed. But the cartoons and the books and everything else have. The source code. We've been living in a fictitious world for a long time. Yes, we have. Tiffany, hello. 8675309. Charmy Vicious. Is that from that song? Has that changed as well? They changed my undershorts. Well, you know, Michael, if you did that yourself, other people wouldn't have to come and do it for you now, would they? Those monkeys were scary. I know, right? Those flying monkeys, man, they creeped me out. And they told me that was a movie for kids, if I can speak. Moira, no gun, I agree. Joey, no gun, I agree. When did he have a gun? Right, exactly. So this is a thing. It's everywhere, right? I mean, and there's other ones. It's in the Wizard of Oz. It's full of them. It's got about 4 or 5. It's excuse me. It now says it's not Toto. It's not. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Now it's something like Toto. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, or something like that. Oh my gosh. Bernie, come in with one camera, man. The bio. Oh, I should be doing. Okay, yeah, right. Sorry, I should be doing. Showing these. I keep forgetting how to do all this. Okay, I'm 61. It's Flintstones. I agree, Sonny. Audrey, do you remember a gun? Do you remember a gun in the movie? Because there you go. I've never met anyone who remembered a gun. You may be the first. Not till monkeys fly out of your butt. Yes, you might need a gun for that, or maybe, you know, some topical lotion. Bogart said, when a fella loves a dame, no sap can be a heel. What? Okay. Yeah, why would you give the scarecrow a gun, right? Because what did the scarecrow want? A brain, right? He had no brain. Why would you give the dude with no brain a gun? That's silly. It's not. Oh, let me let Bernie in. It's not Flint. It's not Flintstones. It can't be. I know, right? I know. Oh, what have I done? Okay, looks like Bernie.
Because we're
might be.
co-producers, I can let myself in, my friend.
Oh,
and you are on my channel. Amazing.
Yeah, I thought I was. Yeah, I am. Good. All right, Bernie's here. Let me change how I do this. Oh gosh. What's the best?
No, leave you. I'm leaving you on for the main screen just as I get settled here for a minute, if that's all right.
All right, no worries. And we have we're joined, of course, again with Bert and Ernie, as we see down here. And say hello to Bert and Ernie, joining us from Weekend at Bernie's. All right, what else we got here? Squame? Scrawny? What reason you give state-paid gangsters guns? Not sure what that first word is, Tommy. Yeah, right. I know. Yeah, give the people without brains guns. Flintstones used to be sponsored by Winston Cigarettes. Did it? I did not know that. Lots of people with no brains have guns. I know, right? I know. But they shouldn't be promoting that to children in The Wizard of Oz. And he definitely, I don't remember him with a gun. And I mean, he's a scarecrow, right? He's made of straw. Like, would he actually have the physical straw strength to actually pull the trigger? I mean, I think that's a question that needs to be asked. Megs, hello. Flint it is. I agree, Bex. I agree. C-3PO with a silver leg was in the movie as they made an action figure of that. So was he in Star Wars, like the original trilogy? I probably missed answers, but yeah, does anyone know? Has he now got a silver leg in Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi? Because he definitely didn't. 100% didn't. No way possible. Free thought, I remember C-3PO having a silver leg earlier in the movie, then at the end he was fixed up. Which movie? Because this is the thing, because they've now got the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy, and now they're making the what's the other end of a prequel? The third series. So in the prequel, sure, he may have had silver. I'm not sure, but definitely in the original series, he never, ever, ever had a silver leg. Not in my timeline, anyway. Kelly Chandler, how you going? Angela, hello, welcome. Got 1982 Mustang, nice. My Toyota C3PO was all gold. Yep, they all were. Like silver leg, it's just silly. I mean, and what a bizarre thing to do. This is the thing about Mandela Effects. They're just weird. They don't change anything, right? It doesn't change the movie or anything. It just doesn't, it doesn't change anything about anything apart from the fact that he's now got a silver leg. And that's what they kind of are. They don't actually affect, they can't have a push-on effect. It couldn't be a change that affected other things in reality, because then you just get this big push-on effect and things that just start imploding and, wouldn't work. So they're all these isolated source codes as far as I can work it out. I heard Silverstein say, pull it. Oh. DP Return to Oz is awesome. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Oh, that's the one about the guy who wrote it, isn't it? Oh yeah, sorry. I keep I free thought 1977 version. So you remember him with a silver leg in the original Star Wars, which is Star Wars, by the way. It's not A New Hope. It's Star Wars. You can't change the name of a movie because you release a prequel. That's silly. Really? So we've got someone who remembers C-3PO in the original Star Wars with a silver leg. There you go. How old are you? Are you like my age? Did you see that? Did you see Star Wars when it was released? Because this is a thing. It may have been silver. In the movies for the last who knows how many years. And so people who, if that's the first time they've seen it, their only memory is going to be of him with a silver leg. And this is where we start getting these different memories coming in. It's very strange stuff. It's got Jack Pumpkinhead and TikTok. What? Oh my God, I'm reading random messages. Does anyone still remember Notre Dame church burning? Yeah. Why? Did it not burn anymore? Yeah, I mean, we all remember. I think everyone put out a video the next day pretty much when that happened. Yeah, definitely remember that. If that's changed, there's definitely a lot of videos out there on it. So let me know. Did Notre Dame not burn or something? At the end, it was all gold, but when he was, don't he jabber? Return of the Jedi, that was the third one that had Jabba the Hutt in it. I definitely don't remember him having a silver one in that either, but definitely not. But definitely not the first one. Definitely not Star Wars. Definitely not. I don't even remember a storyline of him losing his leg. So how did they write that in? What's the storyline behind it, I wonder? Oh my gosh, there's so many comments. How many people have we got here? Oh my gosh, 283 of you. Thank you all for joining me. And of course, thank you all, guys. I hit 40,000 subscribers. So welcome to all the new people. Thank you to all the regulars. I won't call you old. Everyone who's been with me for a while, I do appreciate you all and your support. Thanks for joining us tonight. I agree. Mountain Cat fractals are cool. Dave Martin, there's a Mustang station wagon that now was also supposed to be popular. What? A Mustang station wagon. All right, never heard of that one before. So is that a Mandela effect, or are they real? Because I thought Mustangs were sports cars, not station wagons. How about the Lion and the Lamb? Yeah, it's now in the Bible, right? Exactly. Lion, it's now the wolf. The Lord's Prayer's changed. There's a few other ones now. I think unicorn appears in the Bible 7 times, and the word matrix is now in the Bible. I don't remember it being in there. I'm not a Bible scholar though, but who knows? Episode 3 through 6 had a silver leg. But what about episode 1? Oh, episode 3. Okay, that's supposed to be Star Wars, right? Yes, I get you. All these new things. Robert, so tell me, how old are you? Did you see it when it came out originally in the 70s? That's what I want to know. Or have you just seen the movies in the last 10 years? Because this is the thing, right? This is why we've got different memories. Is I saw Star Wars the first 3, heaps of times back in the 80s, but I haven't seen them since. So I've never seen anything with him as a silver leg. Because I haven't watched Star Wars in 30 years, easy. And I've seen little bits of the prequel. I haven't really sat down and watched them properly. But this is the thing: if it's changed and you've watched Star Wars 20 times in the last 10 years, and he has a silver leg, well, that's what you're going to remember. So this is what we need to work out: is time frames. At the end, he had a red arm, though. What? Who? C-3PO. What year? What year, Robert? What year? When are we talking? Star Wars has been digitally remastered. Yeah. They've done it to all the old ones, but that doesn't mean. I mean, why would they digitally remaster it, make everything look better, and randomly change the color of half of one of the robot's legs? Doesn't that's not the reason. I even saw making of it before. I was at the drive-in. We were absolute fans. Cool. Did he have a silver leg? I've had a part of my Bible changed overnight. Which part, Justin? Let us know. Is it a new one? Narwhals swimming in the ocean, making a commotion because they are so awesome. Well, there you go. Very nice, Kathy. Fake moon landing. They changed man to mankind, didn't they? Did they? I don't know. If it's changed, then it's a Mandela effect. If it's something that people remember, but now it's different, then it's Mandela. I just seen narwhals. This never existed before when I was a kid. What a narwhal? Now, what's a narwhal? A narwhal? Are those whales with the big unicorn horns on their nose? My generation never experienced real war in my country, but acts like traumatized people. I know, right? Are you in Australia? They're all bloody. Where are the men, right? Han Solo shot first. The Bible tells you to put your money into banks. I know, right, Wendy? It now says that they'll forgive your debts, though, in the Lord's Prayer. The word stuff is now in the Bible. Yeah, I saw that one too. Stuff, right? Stuff. Jesus went to the mound and he preached to people about peace and stuff. Yeah, stuff. In my reality, Mickey Mouse had part of his ear missing. I do remember that, Audrey. I remember something about his ear too. And I remember do you remember the overalls, like the yellow, overall straps? Because they're now gone, but he's got the buttons for them on his shorts. What are the buttons there for? Peace sign is upside down. Do you mean as Mandela Effect or just in general? Because just in general, it is, isn't it? I'm trying to picture it. Matrix means womb. In the Bible, apparently that's what they tell us, Vex. That's what they tell us. Whoops. Ms. Mad Hatter, John Lash Lamb did many vids on the meaning and the changes of the golden calf. Oh, okay. On C-3PO, did he? Oh, okay. It relates to a scripture from Amos where people were run to and fro seeking truth. Well, there you go. John Lamb Lash. He's good. Talks a lot about archons and stuff. I haven't seen much of him lately, though. My video has changed. What video has changed? Oh, my God. If I start getting Mandela, man, I'm going to freak out. If any of my videos change, let me know. Actually, don't. It'll freak me out. First time, not enough for us. All that is now. We had all the figures when we were kids in the 80s. Star Wars episode 3 to 6, he had a silver leg. Yeah, what year? So you Robert, you still haven't told me when you were watching these movies. we talking 80s? Are we talking 90s? Or are we talking noughties? Because, you know, some of my kids, right, they've seen all the Star Wars movies, but clearly they weren't born in the 80s. So if this change was made, you know, in the 90s, then they would never have seen a golden leg. And this is the thing. So to them, their reality is different to mine because I haven't watched it since. But if I had watched it, you know, no, I'm sure I watched it a couple of times with them. So, but definitely didn't have it then. But that's the thing. If you watch it, you know, 20 times and he's got a silver leg, that becomes your memory. That becomes the norm. It's what you remember. I agree. Crystal Owen never ever had one. Australia was more south. Oh, really? Some people think Australia doesn't exist. Bex, when the film came out, yes, that's when I saw it. The silver leg has always been there. Oh, but the quality was too low for us to see it. I don't know about that. I definitely, it would have just stuck out like a sore thumb. A silver leg on a all gold body would have just stuck out. And definitely not part of my time. But I'm not saying it's not part of yours, Bex. It could be. This is what it is, right? Everyone has different memories. Doesn't mean anyone's crazy. If you start saying that, then you've got to start talking mass hypnosis, all this stuff, mass psychosis, because we're not talking about one or two people, right? We're talking about like 50% or more of the population of countries. So you know, that sort of misremembering doesn't stack up at all when you just think about it for a minute. It doesn't make any sense when you understand the full scope of what's happening here. Paul from Newcastle, how you going? Welcome. The firmament is gone now too. What, from the Bible? Well, there you go. Yeah, mirror, mirror on the wall. If I'm in Australia, I know, right? You're not really there, Tommy. You're not really here. I'm sorry. There's oh God, there's videos out there that we don't exist. The quality was low, wouldn't it just look gold? Yeah, but I mean, you know, the quality in Star Wars in 1977 was awesome. It was like, you know, it was like a spectacular, you know, with what they could do and all the effects and everything. It definitely wasn't a low quality movie for the time. It might be looking back at it because now we've got 1080 and stuff. But at the time, it was not low quality at all. No. Flat Fact, how you going? Welcome. We have to lay him to rest. Oh, what, poor C3PO. Mass hypnosis seems to be in play worldwide. Yeah, well, that's a good point. Yes, I agree, Rachel. It does, right? Maybe, oh God, maybe they are just playing with our brains, but I don't know. Is it? And this is the thing about what's going on in the world as well. It's the goddess of illusion. It's the media. You know, the facts and the figures that they tell you are not true. You know, the statistics about the people that have done that, they're not true. This is all coercion to make you think something, to make you believe that's what people are doing. And they think, oh, they're all sheep, right? So if they believe everyone else is doing it, they'll just do it too. No. So it's all crap. It's all lies, all these stats. You know, you've all seen, you know, the videos, right, of the news crews, and they go out and they set up this little scene and they film it and it looks really tragic, like all this stuff's going on. And then you get a pan out and they're in the middle of a street with like 4 paid actors or something. Right? It's all crap. This is how they're getting all the footage on the news. It's all crap, guys. Everything that they tell us is false is true. Everything they tell us is true is false. And then we have the Mandela Effect, which I don't know. Shiva is not bad. The energy has been inverted. Shiva, yeah, exactly. And in the end, nothing is good or bad. You know, if you start judging things as bad, well, you become bad, right? You start giving off bad energy. You start like thinking, oh my God, look at all this bad stuff around me. And because your Raz will point that out to you, and all that stuff. It's pretty bad. It is, Amanda. It's pretty, I mean, I'm lucky, guys. I'm in Perth. There's not a lot happening here, but I definitely I need to get out of the city, which is a pain in the butt because my hand's still not working 100%, but I'm going to have to do it anyway. If I have to be a one-armed gardener for a few months, well, I'm going to have to be. I require chemical help. Okay. There's, I think it's the time in the north for those funny mushrooms, Aaron. They got chemical help in them. What do you mean, Luke? I never, ever have worn glasses. Actually, I never did until I sat in front of the computer for the last 2 years. So I need to get rid of these glasses as well, which is why I need to get back out to the bush. All right. Oh, hang on. I've just got messages coming up. Sorry, I am not replying to anyone. All right. Now, I do have some pictures while we wait for Bernie. Bernie, I don't know, he's come on, he's disappeared. So let's see. For something completely different from the Mandela Effect, I just have some random... oh, he is there. Do you want to go through some random pictures for a minute? Where am I? Here we go. Let me share the screen. And these are just pictures that I collect as I go around. Here we go. All right, so check this one out, right? Look at this for a cliff. What do you think? Look at this big archway down here. See, it's been filled in. Is that a door? Right, you wouldn't want to wake up in a hurry and walk out that door. We've got windows all the way up. I mean, how many stories have we got here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 stories built into the cliffs. And down here, look, it just kind of magically melts into the rock. Domes. Not sure where that one is. I think this is a video. Just girls work. Oh yeah, it's. I'll have to show that at some time. It's all the workout gear that they were using in the 40s, and they had some weird stuff back then. I got to tell you. Oh, not all men just want sex. Some also want to walk and talk about rounding up the communists and dropping them from helicopters. I agree. I quite often like that conversation. It's a good conversation to have. Oops. Is this another? I think this is a video. Is it not going to let me play it? That's a video. I'll have to play that in a minute. All right. Now this, what is this, right? This is like old world, kind of looking stuff. Obviously a recreation though, because it's got dudes in a car in it. Just a completely random picture. Not sure if it's even real, but okay. So Australia's worst place names. Okay. So do you live in Australia? In Queensland, the worst place name is called Bald Knob. Now, when I was in Queensland, I actually lived near a place that was called Yorkeys Knob. So apparently there's lots of knobs in Queensland. In Western Australia, you might like to go and live in Big Dick Bore. Yeah, not sure what happens in Big Dick Bore, but probably not too boring. Or if that's not quite your taste, you could go live in the Big Knob Waterhole in the Northern Territory. Or, if you're more an everyday kind of guy, maybe Boner Street would be more your style. There's a Boner Street in New South Wales, Victoria, and Queensland. And it's a bit of an unfortunate one in Tasmania, but, boobs flat. Yeah. But if that doesn't turn you on, you can just head up to Queensland and go to Booby Island. Booby Island is good. Have some fun in the sun. When you get a bit older, you could go down to Boomer's Bottom, right? Or maybe the Bottom Hole in Tasmania, if you're that way inclined. South Australia, you could go to the Breakwind Reserve if you wanted a nice day out. Or Bullshit Hill, maybe. Bullshit Hill in South Australia. How about Burn Bum Creek? Burn Bum Creek, Queensland. Burnt Pussy Mine in South Australia. Yeah, don't take your cats there. No. Channaman's Knob. Channaman's Knob. I think enough has been said there. After a long day at work, you could go to South Australia to Cockwash. Of course, that's for chickens, male roosters, all that kind of stuff. Dancing Dick's Creek is a nice place. Good watering hole, same as Dead Woman's Hole. Maybe not as good, New South Wales. I mean, you know, when it all hits the fan, you could just go to Diaper in Victoria, or Dirty Dick Creek in Queensland, or Double Knob maybe, if that's more your style. Double Knob. But if that's not quite your style, maybe Finger Buttress in Victoria, or Funny Knob Creek in Tasmania. What do you think? You know, for the Satanists around, there's Goat's Knob in New South Wales. Don't want to leave out the Satanists. You know, for the grey nomads, there's Grey Dick Hill in New South Wales. For those more shady, you know, of us out there, there's Groper Grotto in South Australia, or Guy's Dirty Hole in Tasmania. Yeah, so there you go. Should I go through the rest of these? Hopping Dix Creek, Hooker Park, Horny Point, Horse Knob, Innaloo. Now that's in Perth, right? Innaloo, and they missed one out. In Perth, we have a suburb called Upper Swan, and lots of people live Upper Swan. That's a bit crowded, right? Intercourse Island as well in Western Australia, of course. The Licking Hole, New South Wales. Lovely Bottom in Tasmania. Mingawell. Yes, Mingawell. Mossy Nipple Bend. Mount Breast. Mount Buggery. Yes. Peculiar Knob. Yeah. I think that's got quite close to Mount Buggery, that one. Pensioners Bush. Yes. Pisspot Creek. Prickly Bottom. Shaving Holes Creek. Soily Bottom Point. Is it really soil, though? Stinkhole. Stinkhole. Good name for a suburb. Stinkhole. But what's better than Stinkhole? The Butts. But if you don't like the Stinkhole or the Butts, you could live in the Nipples. Tasmania has it all for you. For a bit of change of scene, you could go to Tittybong or Titwobble Lane, maybe. What about Wanker Road? We know who lives on Wanker Road, right? And Wanky Creek. Don't swim in Wanky Creek, guys. So there you go. Some peculiar names in Australia. What did you think of our names? Do you have any in your country? Hugh, I used to like living on Canal Street until someone removed the C. Oh, there's an intercourse in Pennsylvania. There we go. I used to live on Portland, Dorset, which has how do I even say that? Nicodemus Knob. We all knew our parliaments were degenerates. Yeah, exactly right. They're all hanging around Wanker Creek. I like the Pisspot Creek. We all knew our I've just read that. I am sitting myself and I live in Australia. There you go. Middlesex in Pennsylvania. Yeah, there's a Middlesex in England too, isn't there? I think they've got lots of sexes, haven't they? The Stoners love Tittybongs, yes, right. Taz has some very interesting. Who named these places? That's what I'm wondering. All right. Australia is the best continent for the. Oh no, it's not. Don't say that, Mr. Guy. We don't want them here. They can go away and shove their heads up their tittybongs. Nasty, I know, right? Some of those, right? Like Buggery. What was it? Buggery Mountain or something. God. Callum, how you doing? Welcome. Oh, Amanda. Oh, giving your secrets away. Amanda's a piss pot. She wants to go hang out, camp at Pisspot Creek and get drunk. Pennystone. Oh, there you go. Rachel lives in Pennystone, where it's cheap to get stoned. Just a penny. Bucksnort, Tennessee. Okay, I wouldn't recommend you snort buckshot stuff. That stuff will blow your mind. I've lived on a road. Oh, Bernie's on air. Lived on a road that in English translate to knob pleasure train. Wow. Okay. Should we ask why you were living there and what was your business interest in living on that street? God. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I keep forgetting to put these up, don't I?
Just the way it goes.
Ali Berno, they've started replacing names. You what?
Just throughout life, the amount of weed dealers that I knew that just would randomly end up in the apartment number 420. And it's like they wouldn't ask for it. It's just like the way the universe works out, right? It's funny that way.
Right. Nice. Penny Stone all day long. Penny Lane is in my brain. We love Australia, small land of Europe. Oh, really, Charles? Oh, them fighting words. Oh, Charles, little small island of Europe. We're bigger than Europe. I'll let you know. We are bigger than you.
I'm gonna let you talk about that, but then I'm gonna come in as a Canadian, and isn't Canada even larger than the entire continent of Australia? But that's what we're taught in our social studies, in our indoctrination, though. So who really knows, right?
Are you?
Right, because it's like
I don't think so.
The Russians are still taught that Russia is the largest. Canada's taught that Canada's the largest. I'm guessing you guys are probably taught that Australia is the largest. Americans are taught that the USA is the largest. So it's like, and then you look at the map, and then Africa, it's like you look at the numbers, and it's like 10 times the size of everything else. Yet on the map, they make it tiny. So it's like, who really knows what's actually going on? Oh dear. Campbell's getting a call.
And there's we know maps are wrong anyway. Yep.
Ooh,
sorry if you're calling me. I'm not going to answer. Oh, hello everyone, and welcome to all new subscribers. Let me just get rid of this call so it doesn't beep. Yes, and I will definitely be putting up some more alternative history stuff too. I know there's not been heaps going up lately, but you know, the world's a little bit crazy at the moment.
It is, and it all comes in due time, right?
It all comes in due time, exactly. It will come when it is ready. But I've got heaps of stuff, like another Mandela Effect. Actually, there's now a Great Wall of India. Did you know? The Great Wall of India. I can't hear you. Have you muted yourself? Oh, you've muted yourself. Oh, there you go.
I want to bring forward the Great Wall of Tartaria that was first shown by Olaf the Sverker. Hopefully he's doing all right. He hasn't been able to put out much content lately, but I'll look for the link here before the end of the stream. We'll put it up a little bit, but it's either the Great Wall of Star Forts or the Great Wall of Tartaria. Is what I'm dubbing it.
Yeah, that's the one.
And it spans from the Black Sea
Russia,
in Ukraine through all of Ukraine, from the Black Sea up through then all of Siberia, connecting up to the northern. Oh my goodness! Whatever the Arctic Ocean. Yes, there we go. Sorry, the North Arctic Ocean. What used to be called the Tartarian Sea, or the Sea of Tartaria, there in the ancient maps. It goes all the way up to there, through all of Siberia, all of Ukraine, to the Black Sea, and literally every like 2 to 5 kilometers along this like thousands of kilometer long wall structure is a star fort.
Bastion.
It is a bastion, exactly.
Like a Cavalier sort of star fort, one of those satellite ones.
Of them apparently are like,
imagine if they were like, imagine if they're jump gates, and you could literally run along the wall, and every time you hit one, you just go zoom, zoom, and zap along to the next one. You could run across Russia in like 20 minutes.
That is not that far from like that. That's not necessarily sci-fi, right? Like, who knows what we're gonna find out, and a lot of like the quote unquote woke disclosure channels out there are broadcasting such portal possibilities that and stuff that it's like, well, maybe you guys have your what was it? Oh my goodness, can't even think of the name now. That one channel or show started with the movie Stargate as portal styles, right? But more likely, it's the bastion forts, the star forts with the resonance and the frequencies that really would, and the cathedrals, especially in those citadels, in the center of the citadels.
With the mazes, you know, they got the mazes,
Caesars,
stuff underneath.
Caesars.
Even in Caesar,
so Caesar technology is it's a laser, but it's out of sound, not light. So it's a Caesar wave is a sound laser beam, or a Caesar beam, which like apparently this
Yeah.
technology exists, but I have yet to see any videos of it, and I'm guessing that that's probably how you either levitate stuff or make it just spontaneously disintegrate or explode into nothing, or a combination of both. But
Well, there's that dude who was boiling water with sound.
yeah,
So I mean, that's got to be a
yeah,
fairly close technology. It's got to be pretty close to it.
it's a part of it.
But I mean, is this
That's
what cathedrals were?
broadcasting
You
the
know,
resonant frequency of water or something close to it, I think, is what through the sound resonance would be what that was. And then
yeah,
Caesar waves is like
just have to get the right
combining that
one.
from
Yeah.
all angles of broadcasting. So you're taking like every spectrum angle of sound wave production and then putting it all into one, like the same way that the laser is structured or whatnot,
Field,
but
yeah.
you're doing it with speakers instead of lights. And yes, as Michael Michael De Silva stating, Hutchinson effect was absolutely going through my mind, and it is essentially what Hutchinson has discovered and worked with, and I've been talking to him and on his channel, and he's agreed to come onto our podcast. So we will be interviewing John Hutchinson in the very near future.
There you go. And if you don't know who that is, then you need to go and look him up, and you need to be more excited because seriously, like this, that's one of the, I mean, what do you say? One of the best minds on the planet, on the realm at the moment.
A
Literally,
1,000,000%. He's
wow,
reproduced
I'll
a
have to get Ken
version.
on.
He built
I've got a connection to Ken actually.
Ken, which Ken? Like Theory Hypothesis?
Yeah. What's his surname? God, I missed it.
Ken Wheeler.
Remember? Yeah, he's
Ken
on
Wheeler.
Wheeler. Yeah, he's in Syncretism Society as well. So
awesome.
I can say, dude, you have to tell him part of his contract is he has to come and talk to me. Or I refuse to give
because
you more
I literally hassle him like once every 2 weeks on one of his live streams in his live chat to like come on to APEC. And I even offered to like pay him in like some crypto to come on because he's like, oh, it costs money, blah blah. I'm like, no, it's virtual. You don't have to travel anywhere. And I'm like, if you're gonna complain about your time, I will literally send you crypto to do so. And then he just like hums and haws and and it's like, come on, Ken. And then I guess he has started doing a couple interviews on some other YouTube channels lately, and it seems like he likes it. So hopefully we can finally convince him to do so.
Get him in, yeah. Well, he's definitely done some for syncretism.
Literally, also, Hutchinson. It was the same day, right before my main channel got terminated there, that I was talking to Hutchinson on his channel, and he agreed to it. And then it's like, great guy, but
and then your channel disappeared.
His latest channel is called Princess. Oh goodness. Princess something. I'll get it up, but he likes to cross dress, and I think he might also have another female personality within his consciousness, so that's like there's a split consciousness or who knows what. Like he's been exposing himself to such high frequency radiation waves, all of that for so long that it's like he probably opened a portal within his physical mind and body that some other consciousness is coming through, right? And that's how how the church and how the state used to view especially
even just homosexuality,
schizophrenia. That's like schizophrenics. It wasn't a mental illness, it was a spiritual illness of another consciousness cracking in, or a demon or devil or whatnot. And that's where they used to have all of those the exorcisms and whatnot, and how they dealt with these symptoms before. And I've working with my clothing line, with the music festivals, so many talented artists over the years. Lots of the most talented artists that exist out there are like dementia, quote unquote. It's like the mind, their consciousness is existing simultaneously in a couple of dimensions at the same time. So it's partially here, partially in this other dimension that they're bringing out this creativity from, as well as that sometimes, specifically what is currently diagnosed as the condition of schizophrenia, but that they're literally experiencing other entities within their own like mind or within their own consciousness, that there's other entities that talk to them and influence them, and it's just part of their spiritual conscious journey in this experience or incarnation.
Yeah, well, Ken actually did a show this morning about what do you call it, like soulless bodies. Basically, he was talking about ghosts and just saying they're not ghosts, they're you know, what do you call them? Yeah, something. But he was going off his nut. But he's a smart boy. But yeah, I think you know, he probably got a lot of crap in the past, you know, with his views, but now everyone's changed. You know, I think he'll enjoy getting out and chatting with us. But you know, I think we all understand
the study. Sorry, it's definitely the real Hutchinson. Like if you know Hutchinson and have been watching his like personal work and channels over the last couple of decades, it's progressed more and more. Where it like started with a little bit of cross dressing and skits, to the full point of where it honestly
I remember seeing it creeping in
multiple personalities
15 years ago or whatever. In those videos when he was in his apartment, he used to make those videos, those low quality ones of things moving around everywhere. And even at the end of that, he started like, I was going, what's going on here? And then he disappeared for like 10 years, right? Went and worked for the army or something.
That's when, exactly. He was doing classified research, as well as once that ended, there was both, he was over in Japan working on some private stuff, and then apparently someone actually, he had an experience where there was an attack on his life and on his property, so then he went into hiding for a bit, and now he's I think he's, well, one of his most latest videos last week on his channel, he was literally walking on top of a deck of a military destroyer, and like has full access to all this like Navy equipment and stuff. So I'm guessing that and he's also rebuilding his lab openly and able to publish it. So it's like, it looks like he's collaborating with one military or government power, but like they're protecting him and also letting him like do it openly and not censoring him in any way or like inhibiting him. In fact, they are actually helping, which is extremely good to see. And if my theory, or especially if like my hypothesis that all of his exposure to these different radiation and waves over the years has affected the mental stability or like conditioning sort of thing of his control of own consciousness, it would be good that there's those around that can help, as opposed to seeing so many genius minds that then like lose control and then like get shunned and completely fall apart sort of thing, where this would be more of like someone there be able to like help ground him. I guess grounding, right, would be the key term.
It's just interesting. So like, what does that mean though? Like, has the army turned good? Because clearly, like before, he was trying to do this stuff, and it was, you know, the CIA, right, and the FBI and all these alphabet agencies in the army that were coming in and basically saying you can't do that unless you are doing it for us. And so he had all these problems, and then he went and worked for them. So what happened there, do you reckon? Did he get a deal done, or are we talking white hats here, or
probably white hats would be my guess. I like to personally believe in that possibility and like reality as narrative. That's right, the narrative.
Yep.
Exactly. Either way, it seems that ever since like 2012, the mass suppression of the power elites has kind of ended a bit, and it like shifted into more open society on such topics, and that it keeps progressing more and more and more towards this open disclosure and trying to help get these things out. And whatever dark censorship forces there are and were, that they seem to be losing the battle, which is amazing because humanity deserves and needs to be free.
It's awesome. I mean, if you look around, you know, it's like I said, they're pumping and pumping. Oh, you know, 70, 80% rates of, you know, apple juice drinkers. I mean, it's just crap. If you look into it, there's politicians falling left, right, and center. There's celebrities, you know, falling. It's just they literally can't put a thing right. You know, just the last two trials that we've got.
There's always that hope in the back of my head. Sorry. There's always that more and more. I like to be like, yes, Guantanamo quite possibly is starting to host all of these evildoers, right? Like, and if enough of us believe it, it should become the reality, right?
Well, this is the
power
thing.
of projection.
Exactly right.
So,
let's create it, because that's clearly what all they're trying to do. That's their only power, is they got the media, and they're like, no, believe us. It's all bad. It's all bad. But you know, we don't have to. We can believe that all the bad people are about to swing. You know, and I mean, even just with, you know, the trial that's going on at the moment that we probably cannot mention, you know, they've tried to do dodges in that, and the judge is not taking it. They're like, they tried to stall and like, oh, you know, her lawyers couldn't get in, and the judge just went, well, bad luck, we're going ahead anyway. So it's all good times ahead, guys. That's what I think. That's the way I'm seeing it. And I actually need to pop out for what happened then? For 20 minutes. So Callum is going to come on and take my spot for half an hour when he gets here in a minute. And it looks like Bernie is giving us a show. What are we saying? Oh, this is Bernie's photo from Canada, as we call it down here in Australia. We have we have unique abilities. I agree. Not unique abilities, unique abilities, guys. It's the lefties. They have unique abilities. They can lose their balls instantly. To infinity. What? It's not. No. Is it really into infinity and beyond now? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Mud Kofergan? Because it was definitely to infinity. Right? So if you're telling me it's now into infinity, I'm not going to be happy.
Buzz Lightyear, right? To infinity.
Buzz Lightyear. Someone just wrote into. Yeah.
What?
So let me know. Is it into infinity now? Because that's going to be wrong.
And here's the thing: I have to, before you go, Campbell. Before you go, in regards to the top,
main topic
that you're talking about of the Mandela Effect. The key to like understanding or looking at it, tackling it, is that you have any evidence or suspicion of things that changed, you have to have it in books, recorded VHS and DVDs from that time period, because anything that's online that could be expunged, or these digitally remastered things and whatnot, or just claims of people,
it's got to be
that just as much could be an Operation Mockingbird sort of thing, just to mess with people, keep them distracted, divided, and everything else, as opposed to the real glitches within this universal matrix in the multiverse that is the infinite timeline possibilities and mixing of things. That if there, I've seen lots of evidence of it, and there absolutely is real Mandela effect, and that a possibility could have been from like CERN, or like the crazy hyper dimensional experiments that are probably going on in that most likely of satanic places, because have you looked into the whole CERN thing and like how they have like the devil worship of chaos outside? The actual official public release they did several years back, capturing real demons.
The ceremony of the opening.
That one part as well.
Complete satanic ritual.
All sorts of insanity and ridiculousness that came through that one. The picture I have up there,
trillions of dollars. We don't even know what it does.
Exactly.
Ridiculous.
And some of the best scientific minds that I know, like Nassim Haramein, speak out against it. Like there's no purpose for it in like rational, struggling with the word. In reality of what you can do with technology and like the geometric shape limitations and sizes of our dimensional reality and particles and holographic universe. But that's a much higher dimensional physics to
is
get
life
into
like
that
a
one.
box of chocolates, Bernie?
Darn straight.
Is life like a box of chocolates?
Until you get into synchronicity.
Like chocolate. It was,
and then
but now
you
with
start
the Mandela effect,
right, but once you get into synchronicity with universal source consciousness, then you are able to start projecting what chocolate comes next each time and how many, right?
Why not?
Sorry about that. The picture I have up there, I took a few days ago when visiting my grandma. We just moved her out of her house in Cranbrook, BC, down to my aunt and uncle's place in Cardston, Alberta, which is known as Mormon, like the Mormon capital of Canada or Western Canada. And I believe that this temple, and this one they did build in recent times, but it's supposedly the second biggest Mormon temple overall and the biggest one outside of the one in Utah. Wow.
The Mormon temple.
The Mormon.
Is it just called the temple?
What's the one in Mormon, Utah?
Yeah. Mormon.
Whatever. Their main temple that temple. John Levy has done several videos on. That
isn't it just called the Mormon temple?
I believe so. But so this one, it's like it's only like 1/10 the size of that one, and it's like their new crown jewel. And it's like the only one that's been built in modern times that supposedly compares to the big temple down in Utah City. And it's like, okay.
Tabernacle. Is it called the Tabernacle? And welcome, Callum.
Hello.
Stream.
Hey, guys. How we going?
Robert's put in an order for anarchy. Can we have some
Salt Lake City?
Sorry,
yes,
Robert,
that's
please?
what I was struggling with. Salt Lake City is
Salt
the
Lake
name.
City. Oh, that's what you were thinking of.
My God.
Salt Lake City.
And
they would build a city on a Salt Lake.
Right?
It's just madness.
Okay, so you just made me remember.
Going to pop off. I have to run off for like 20 minutes and then I'll be back. So I'm just going to jump off and then I'll jump back in. So have fun. Don't put the link anywhere because you might get rude pictures popping up. I'll be back, guys. Love you all.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do, right?
Is that possible?
You're back. Oh, you're back. Did you? Okay, he's gone. All right, you intentionally did that. There we go.
He's a tease exeter.
Most definitely. How you doing, Callum? Jeez.
Very well. I'm very hot at the moment. It's actually really hot in Alice Springs and humid, so I'm sweating like all hell. We got up to 46 degrees today.
Lucky guy. 46 Celsius?
Yeah. So what's that? That's I can't work it out. That's like.
Well, I'm in Canada, so I'm Celsius too.
There you
And
go.
wow, I'm totally having all sorts of brain farts here at the moment. In Canada right now, outside in Calgary, it is minus 26 degrees Celsius. So I am very jealous of your overheat.
Whoa.
I would take that over this any day of the year.
I'd be dead over there. Minus, I think we get down to like -1, -2, sometimes -5 or whatever, but I think that's it. And that kills me.
Really?
Yeah. I'm a skinny guy too, so
it gets that cold.
If I was living there, I'd whack some fat on for sure.
I did not know it. So you must be in like the southernmost part then.
Desert in the middle.
Oh,
it does get really cold. Yeah. But it's really like you'd have an extremely hot day. Or in winter, it's still pretty warm during the day sometimes, but then very cold at nighttime,
Yeah.
Down to
certainly.
Crazy.
So Cambell had to head out for 20 minutes. I was unaware of that. Luckily, you're here to keep things going. Good, Callum, sir. I'm going to share a couple more pictures quickly, and then I actually also have to take off for about 20 minutes to go pick up my lovely partner, Amber, for work. But that means that we can keep it going and then actually drop some real knowledge and content when we both return.
For sure.
And
bring it on.
We've had a Callum deficiency lately, so
yeah, David's put me onto a few videos, so I've been watching a lot of videos actually.
Awesome.
Who said that Alice Springs is close to Uluru? We're about 500 kilometers away in Alice Springs too. But that is close in Australia terms. That's maybe not close elsewhere, but in Australian terms, that's really close.
Right? Same in Canada. Canadian terms, that's close.
Large lands. What do you got? Oh, there are coils?
Yeah, that's a bunch of the different Keshi coils that I've made a couple years ago. I've since made many, many more.
And these are nano-coated, right? Is that part of that process?
So the ones that are black there, those ones have been nano-coated in like the upper middle, or the ones that are blue and green, that's been nano-coated through the oxidization in the electrolysis process. And then, yeah, all of the still just pure copper, those ones have yet to be nano-coated themselves. Well, in that picture, I should say. It's a couple years old.
Yeah,
exactly.
Snow. No, I've never seen snow. Well, I have been up the top of Mount Kosciuszko, which is our highest point in Australia, and there was snow, but it was brown, dirty snow, and I had to really dig down. And it wasn't snow; it was ice, really. So by the time you got to the wet stuff, and you can't really throw that at someone, you're kind of hurting them. So I was like, I can't even do snowballs. Yeah, but that's it. Apart from that, nah.
Like the Michael Anthony up in Anchorage, Alaska, it's like it's -6 Celsius there, so it's 20 degrees colder here in Alberta than it is in Alaska at close to the darkest days of the year, and it's just like, how? But
and you gotta make sure you're doing stuff like opening the windows and getting the fresh air in and all of this stuff during winter and stuff as well, because a lot of people forget that sort of thing. Oops, light's going off.
100%.
It's like we don't really have to worry about that too much because it's basically summer and, it's basically summer and winter here. That's all we get. So summer's most of it and then a short little winter and that's it. That's all we get. Let's put up some more lights. It gets very dark in my little cave here. I like to keep it extremely dark here, so I have to put lights up every time I do a stream or something. It's just a walk up. I did walk. I have been to the top of Uluru as well. Back in the days when they allowed all of that, my folks said there's a Coke machine up the top, so that was our motivation to go up there, which I didn't realize at the time. It was disrespectful and all of this as well. No, but it was an amazing experience. Sydney. Michael Joshua in Sydney, I did with Campbell talking about those street names and stuff before. I thought about Sydney a lot actually because I had to get a permit of erection for an event I did in front of the Sydney Opera House. I was like, oh, I've got my permit of erection. Here we are. Would you like to see my permit? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so that's the oxidization there. So the sun's setting here. It's only just starting to set now. And the time here is 7:31 here. And I think it's a full moon. I think we've got a full moon at the moment, right? I was up really late last night and I was watching the moon cross the sky. And basically by the end of it, it was pretty much full. Adaminaby Street. Street.
It is. It's a full moon here right now too.
Yeah. But, what time is it?
Right now it is 3 a.m. local mountain time in Calgary, Alberta. I have to head out to pick up Amber in 10 minutes as she just finished work at closing down the bar, which it's like. Kind of sucks that she's getting off at 3 a.m, but at the same time, it's good that she's able to get the hours of work before Christmas because of the stupid COVID lockdowns. It was like everything was closing at 10 p.m. before, and that was just ridiculous.
Because
Phoenix is also 3 a.m.
5 o'clock for Len in the morning.
Yeah,
Insomnia Squad.
5 a.m.
Yeah.
Well,
when I do that too, like sometimes, if I'm just going through the night, I'll just go, well, I'm up all, and do 2 days up pretty much. So then you get a very good sleep, that night on that second day. But I've been able to sort of train myself into that as well. So you don't have those energy fluctuations and mood changes and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, but I've always been working nights and stuff as well, so
I'm
it's
also
quite easy.
nocturnal. So it's like the longest days of the year there for you currently right now. How much darkness are you experiencing?
So it'll probably come up around 5:30 normally.
Okay,
so in winter, 6:37, something like that. Yeah. And it's just going down now. So we've probably got half an hour left of light.
Nice. Yeah, like here it's
really nice
at about 4:30 p.m. and the sun rises at 8 a.m. currently. So we get all of 6.5 hours. No. Yeah? No, I'm way off. 10 hours. 10 hours of light. I don't know. My mind is not all here today. I was
3 o'clock in the morning. Come on.
Well, I'm nocturnal by nature, so that's no.
Well, that was always the thing for me. Is always 8, 9 o'clock at night. That's when I'd kind of wake up. That's when my brain would wake up, because that's when I was going to work, sort of thing. That was usually when I had to be operating or something like this. So I had to have my wits about me. So it just became naturally to me that's my alert time. But now, because I don't do that much work, so I've been able to change my routines and rhythms. So, you know, you can get it to a point where you can adapt to anything, and you can adapt to anything pretty fast as well, you know. So you can adapt to any situation. It's like at the moment, like I'm waking up early in the morning, but that's for the puppy dog, you know, because if I don't wake up early, I might have to deal with some things in the morning, you know. So it has to be done. But it's very easy. You know, it's just, what has to happen, and then I'll go back to sleep, or I'll change that routine or rhythm again, or have a nap in the afternoon, or a couple more naps or something like this. But it's just that thing to remember. Like, if I am going to stay up later, or I am going to do this, then I'll get a nap in. And,
naps are so crucial. Although I get so cranky if I'm forced to like get up on lack of sleep. But then the years of vending my own booth for clothing and stuff at the music festivals, it's like I'd be used to doing and silk screening my own company too, making deadlines and stuff. My body's like gotten used to having to pull these 48 hour, sometimes 72 hour straight stints. A lot of coffee, but like just you get into zombie mode and keep going and just work away, and then it's like a literally sleep for 24 hours or 36 hours afterwards, and it's like so many times. But
if you can get a nice little nap,
like almost standing for like 15 minutes, get some like crazy RAM like rest for just like the body, and then it's like you just keep going. But I really, really definitely these days never try to push the 72-hour span, because after you get into that fourth day, the shadows start to walk and the demons start to talk to you for sure. And by the fifth day, you're risking complete mental breakdown, if not much sooner. And but sorry. Quickly describe here, you notice the blue-green oxidization on that coil, but then there's also the red-pink aspect of it. And I've noticed this happen a lot, that there's always an equal red-blue polarization on these electromagnetic coils and through the electrolysis current. And that coil's
producing
where did the red-blue come from? But where did that red blue in, like, because we in magnetism, one pole is red, one pole is blue, but then it's like in the actual chemical reactions, the way it's oxidizing, and the copper itself is going red blue polarized in itself, because that was all just pure copper that now in its nano-coated electrolysis state has one side blue oxidization, one side this reddish pink, and it's just like it boggles my mind a little bit.
What about when you do it straight, when the coil's just straight and not in a loop like that? Does it do the same thing?
So, then I found it will either do like on-off red blues, like it'll alternate.
Okay, yeah.
Or it will do it.
So you're creating
on one side of the wire. But so exactly what you're saying. But what also though is on like each ring of the loop. So each ring on one side of it is red and the other side is blue. So it's like you have red blue going around like that too. So it's quite fascinating how the different electromagnetic fields form in the different types of wraps and fields that you're making in your solenoids, and then the actual I guess chemical reaction that happens within the electrolysis due to those electromagnetic fields that you're then making and creating.
And they're the variables too. That's what you're changing too, and the amount, I guess, in there as well. Like how big is that field as well? And so that comes with power as well. Like how much power you're putting through it. What's the frequency? All of that.
Sorry, Callum, to interrupt you there, but you are. I will run, but I will be back. So you guys definitely don't end it before. I will be no longer than about 30 minutes. Still haven't. Oh man, freaking YouTube making me angry. I guess
Oh,
I
really?
can turn in from my phone from StreamYard, actually. Not
They are
from
good at
YouTube. There we go.
that.
Much love. Let you talk. See you all soon.
All right, let's get some questions going. Anyone got any questions? Let's say hello to everyone. Sunny, Sid, Sketches, Hole. Oh, hello, Hole. One love. Anyone as an artist notice that color scheme mimic natural colors? Yeah, yeah. And look at that Ken Wheeler stuff as well with the magnetic fields where you've got the blue shift and the red shift. Stay away from the gaslighting. There's a lot of gaslighting going on at the moment. Yeah. And it's part of that destructive relationship, you know, in those destructive relationships, especially with the big G. Yeah. Flat fact, Rachel, Tommy. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The massive change. Yeah. So it's slow indoctrination. That's right. It's the slow, it's the burning of the frog. Right. But also that it's that fractination, which is that's what I call it when you, this is what we call it in hypnosis and NLP and stuff, when you put someone to sleep and then you bring them back out and then you put them back to sleep, you bring them back out and you put them back to sleep. So every time you do that, they're actually getting deeper and deeper into a state, into that sleep state. You've never seen snow either? Yeah. Yeah, look, I'm in Alice Springs in Australia, and I've never left. The furthest I've been away is Magnetic Island and Kangaroo Island. But the one place I would like to go is Scotland. I think, you know, talking about cold and everything. But I'd get a great kilt and I'll be fine. Heart of the Ciba-Lini? The Ciba-Gigi effect. No, I haven't heard of that. No more people, no more bad. That's right, Robert. Yes. I mean, that's what I've done as well. I'm still in Alice Springs, but I am away. So I'm fairly close. So it's easy to go in and get stuff. But I'm far enough away from people as well. So when I look around, there are no houses around me and stuff as well, which is part of waking up and part of awakening. You know, it used to be when it you know, the older fellows would have their children and then get later on in life, they would, these shamans and stuff as well, and part of the awakening process, you would go off into the jungle or whatnot and stop everything and be by yourself, you know, to start that next phase of your life, basically. But back in time, that was a common thing. Sierra Unjobbed, yes, stay that way. Hold the line, everyone. Hold the line. You know, like, it is a war, and at the moment, it's one of the easiest wars when you think about it, because all we need to do is just hold that line. You know, stick to the plan. Twilight zone for sure. It is a twilight zone, but it's the awareness too. You have to understand what's going on, understand people and why they're doing it. When you understand why and how and all of this, and we do have to allow everyone to have their own journeys as well. You know, but when you're aware, you can treat it for what it is, and you can protect yourself as well. You know, I always say it's like being in the eye of the storm. You know, and so long as you stay in the eye of the storm, it can be the biggest storm, and you're still fine. And remember that too, you're always fine. Everything always works out. You know, what a beautiful world we live in. You know, you've just got to separate it as well. You've got to go, this is happening and this is man-made thing happening right here, unnatural. And here's nature again. Look at the difference. Nature's beautiful. Always is, always has been. You know, it's what's unbalanced away from nature is what we need. What our job is to rebalance. That's all we're doing. Pump 3,000 gallons. Whoa. To keep the lights on. And that stuff's getting expensive now, I hear over there. Yeah, that's right, Hole. And also, you know, when we think about light, it's also light and light, right? As in light, not heavy, and light illumination. There's two suns, right? Two lights. Tree is always a tree. I'm trying. Don't try, just do. So that's part of the spells and what we say to ourselves as well when we say, I'm trying, I'm trying. Trying is failing. It's an extremely powerful word and an extremely powerful spell. So when I'm hypnotizing people, that word try literally means you can't do it. You know, like getting someone to lock their hands or something like this. And now try to separate your hands and find that you can't. Very simple, but very powerful. You know, so when we do that ourselves, so still I say it, you know, often, but I usually say it when, you know, I'm talking about I fail at this, you know, and I'm getting better and better. So that's part of it too. You know, just being admitting where you are and everything as well, you know. Admitting exactly where you are. That's knowing yourself. So then you can move on. Yeah. Lights and vibrations, right on. Scotland is amazing. Yes, I watched this guy, Debbie Dozy, I think, where he goes traveling into the highlands and with nothing but the great kilt, you know, and that's the bed and everything. It's amazing. I love watching that sort of thing too. Okay, how we going? Feel the fear. It's all about fear. So that's the thing too. It's really like when I talk about awakening and finding oneself and all of this sort of stuff, it is really looking into the fear. So it's not ignoring that fear, it's looking into it. And like Joe says as well, feeling. You have to feel everything. You have to be in the moment and process everything. As soon as you go, oh, that's too painful, I'm going to forget about that, ignore that. That's when we set up that cycle of destruction. You know, so it's always in the moment, feeling. So observing yourself and being aware all the time means that I'm actually feeling everything as it's happening, which is also working out the karma in the moment as well. You know, you're not creating karma for the future. You're balancing it out right in the moment. And so when we get better at that, life gets way more happy and interesting, you know. Think about how old you are, then think about if you live to 80, how many summers are left? Life is short. Enjoy and chill out. Yeah, and so that's in the moment too. You know, I don't think about, like, I just turned, 40, I think, you know, just a few days ago. And a lot of people think that's, you know, midlife. So I'm supposed to, you know, go into my midlife crisis now and all of, and these are those routines and things that are set up. But I haven't put a time on it. I don't know. All I know is I'm living right up until I don't need my body anymore, you know, and then I keep living. It's not a death. It's just my body's malfunctioned and I move on, you know, and really, you know, that's the free will as well. Everyone can choose what's happening. I mean, people choose their own suffering as well. It's a choice. We live here with destiny and free will, but the destiny was your choice, and the free will is your choice, how you want to experience that destiny. You know, and it's up to you. It really is up to you. You know, I made myself suffer a lot. I went through a lot of suffering. And I needed it for my journey. I don't think everyone needs to go through suffering, and I think there are people that don't. You know, don't really see the suffering that most people see in this life. Right? Time is another illusion. It sure is. And if probably most of you of everyone here is experiencing that shortening of time, or that perception of time where it's dragging for others, but it's very quick for those that are, in the flow, in that wave and following that wave. Freedom isn't free. Yeah, it's like if it's free, you're the product, basically, and that's what this is, making you the product. So it's an understanding of that. And then it's not free anyway, too. Everyone's paying for all this stuff anyway, aren't they? Like taxes and stuff as well. So everyone keeps saying that free healthcare. Yeah, nah. Free healthcare. And it's not either. It's not care. Not any, maybe it was in certain places, throughout certain times and stuff. But on general, no, it's not care, That's what you have to do. It's self-responsibility, and it's the only way. Self-responsibility and self-control, So talking about observing and becoming the observer is doing that self-control. So like catching yourself up on words and stuff like that, like trying. When we start exercising that and catching ourselves up on that, now we are changing that program, or removing that program from the ego. As opposed, like it's like when you, like The Secret and that sort of stuff. When you're manifesting, right? You want to, manifesting's a tricky one. You don't want to be creating illusion. It's the same as hypnosis. I really don't like hypnotizing people for quitting smoking and all of this sort of stuff as well. But I know people do it, but usually they do it extremely wrong as well. They're actually creating programs. And I don't use hypnosis for that sort of way, and self-hypnosis and this sort of stuff. I use it to take away programs, to take away limitations. Most of the time, the reason we're off balance or whatever is because of a limitation or a belief or something that we place there in our program. So we have to remove it. So it's the same as manifesting. Why put another program on there when you've got a whole bunch of programs that are stopping you from achieving that? So it becomes a confusion. So at first we need to get rid of the old program so then we can set a new program. Right, but it's more about, you'll find that when you remove those programs, that thing that you wanted, you don't really want anymore. You're basically coming back on your needs, and your needs and your wants lining up, right? Which is free will and destiny, lining up and balancing with each other. Oh, get to reading. Can't touch that. Dun-na-na-na-na. Hip shake, welcome, Sydney. Let's go, Brandon. Invisible chains. Yeah, but we're making them visible. That's the key. I mean, most people are ignoring something, so it's the ignorance. So they're really placing it out of their into their subconscious. So they're not consciously aware of it. They were at one point, so it's a matter of bringing it back into the conscious, and then making a new choice. It's really as simple as that too. But you really have to look at it first to be able to make that choice, or else you're just going on that same choices we've already made again and again and again. Needs versus wants, right? You don't hear me say, I want this, I want that much, because that's it. That's what I'm analyzing as well. What do I want? Do I really want that? Why do I want that? And why is a very good question, an extremely good question. It's really that quest, when you're finding yourself, the quest the question is now you're turning that inside. So you're questioning yourself, which is getting to know your ego. And then once you know and once you're aware, it's an easy change. Oh, I didn't know I was doing that. That's silly. Because a lot of these programs we made when we were very young, for some stupid reasons as well, for some very stupid, silly reasons. And so when we look at that, we have that chance to go, oh, that's silly. And then what you're doing is maturing your ego as well. So your ego is not this lost child, scared lost child, which most people's ego is. which is hard to live. That's why a lot of people are walking around unconscious, basically. Not very conscious very often, you know. Discernment, right. It's the key. And it is that the thinking part of it as well. So like we have these programs that come back and come back and come back. It's like things that we need to look at keep coming back as well. And we push it away again, and we push it away again, and we push it away again. So that's why part of the meditation, and for some people it is really meditation is what they need most, which is basically just that stopping and allowing those thoughts to happen and feeling those feelings now. You know, so when those thoughts come up, we don't run away, we just let it, but we're just observing it. So there's that detachment that you do as well. And herein lies part of the trick, is that detachment, detaching yourself from it. So now those emotions are different. Those feelings are different, right? What we're doing is balancing the feelings and the thinking to be a coherent emotion, energy in motion. So I separate, you know, thinking, feeling, and emotion. And emotion is straight energy in motion from the heart. So once we balance these things, you know, again, it's a matter of, we are tubes, and it's the same as the spiritual as well. And when we're looking at chakras and this sort of stuff, it's basically a tube, and it's the blocking of that. So it's opening up that tube to allow that energy to flow through. You know, the energy is always flowing, which is why it always feels like you've gained energy as well, because you literally have, you know, but you were just, you know, cutting that down before, you know, as something blocks up, you're losing energy, which you should be able to see at the moment too, with a lot of people losing energy after the thing, because most of their energy has gone into dealing with that problem that's now in the body. So it's a constant struggle there. And then there'll be, so I mean, you look at the symptoms and all of this stuff too that they give you. Altered mind state, Omicron, altered mind state. Okay, interesting, right? Look at what they're telling you, you know. The pineal, right? Same as those things that they up the schnoz and break the that actually messes with the pineal pituitary complex as well. And that's a very ancient thing that they've been doing for a long time as well. So that's nothing new as well. So I don't recommend taking any of those things either, as well as releasing a payload as well, right next to the blood-brain barrier that's being broken. So,
and now you get to see snow.
This is very old stuff too. Like people want to think things are new, but they're not. You know, I think about there's nothing new under the sun. That's it's all in there. They're like, in the ether is everything. It's all there, and we're just connecting to it. All knowing, right?
It's the Callum Show.
We've got where's Puppy Dog? I think Puppy Dog's outside. Oh, there's Puppy. Say good day to everybody. Who's that? Over there. Over there. Say hello. Hello, everybody. Hot dog, see? Hot dog.
That's a problem nobody should have, Brian.
Oh. Slow down. Take your time, mate. Magnesium is good for joints. All right. Puppy love. It's really hot, so he's really chilled out today. It's funny too, because it was extremely hot today. And yesterday it was extremely hot too. But I take him around to my mum's and have a coffee with mum. and it's really cool there. So he just kind of just explodes with energy as well, because he hasn't had much energy during the day, you know, during the morning or whatever, and then in the afternoon, explodes. He's beautiful. I think he might have he's either corgi or he's got some what is that a pit bull?
He's half English Mastiff, half hound slash just like mix from the native reserve. He's a rescue. He's a good boy. Had him since a couple months old. His name is T2 because my first dog was Tito. Looked pretty much just like him. Was also a half English Mastiff, but was pit bull. And then got number 2 after number 1 had passed. And just funny how the universe works out.
Absolutely.
And,
so my last dog was.
So I'm be putting down the phone, but I'll be listening because
my last dog was people.
Everybody needs the wizard's wisdom, and pitties are truly the best, aren't they?
They're so beautiful. My guy was a cross between American pit bull and red-nosed pit bull, and he was absolutely gorgeous. He still is, just not in physical form anymore. But he's also passed away last year, and I was thinking about getting a rescue, but I always have that preference myself, just for the puppy to have that bond from very early on, which was my last dog as well. But I kind of left that to the universe as well. I said, you know, I have a slight preference for that, but whatever I need, whatever comes, it's all good. I love animals, all animals. And I find it strange that, you know, there's some people out there that really have this disconnection with animals and don't like them at all. I find that very strange. I have this theory too, that we are all the, you know, humans have a piece of each animal. All of the animals within them is a makeup of everything anyway. And so we have that understanding with them. That's innate. Yeah. Is there any way you can follow me? Yeah, I guess my channel is Callum Wilkinson. I haven't actually done much on my channel. I've been meaning to put out all the chats and everything I've done. So I'll get to it one day and just load them all out. 5 rescue dogs. Fantastic. Yeah. And that's the other thing too. Like I've always kind of had the one dog sort of thing, and it's just me. It's just me and my best mate. But I've had that thought too, that, you know, having a few dogs might be better. I don't know. I think little buddy's got a good life, but my little buddy gets a lot of friends come over anyway. My sisters and brothers have dogs and stuff like that, so they're always getting together. Magnificent, it sure is. That's a good word, magnificent. That is a very good word. Magnesium, magic, magi. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, that is the thing, isn't it? Looking after plants and animals. It's just really reconnecting you back to nature. Dogman. I'll throw all those videos soon. I've been downloading all the chats I've done with other people and stuff, so I'll get them out there. I'm just not sure. You know, I might have to do an Odysee or something like that as well, and do bumpers, because, you know, I have to be very careful about not, you know, using all the keywords and stuff like that. But sometimes I'm usually pretty good at that sort of thing, but I don't like doing it. So, you know, I don't like our freedom of speech being taken away, but we can still say everything we need. We can still get everything across, you know. Robert, just support for my higher self and subconscious. Yes, I feel like every character of person we acknowledge or live in our lives from past lives till now, we already have the evidence. Yeah, right. Yeah, and subconscious too, but our conscious awareness is, you know, because what we're lacking here is our conscious awareness. That's what they are taking away from us over time, right? Is that conscious awareness. So it's also becoming conscious when we sleep as well. You know, astral travel and this sort of stuff is raising our conscious awareness, which is strengthening that muscle as well, which can be very helpful when we've lost our bodies. That can be extremely helpful when we've lost our bodies, which is something Sonia says as well. You know, when you pass over, just wait, just be patient. Allow everything to come back to you, which is that conscious awareness. Kelpie Cross, Kettle. Misty was my dog, white with 2 black ears, and she was the best dog ever. Don't we all say that? Because this little fella's the best dog ever as well. And he's got 2 little black claws and a couple of black pads. It's very cool. And when I wash him, his pads get very pink. And he gets more cute. But all his cuteness is still intact as well. He's a magnet. Yeah, consciousness and unconscious. That's right. So when we say people are walking around unconscious, they literally are. They literally are. You know, it's and what it is that ignorance as well. That's literally going unconscious about a subject or subconscious. Thank you, MTN Cat. That's my radio voice. Border Collie. Oh, yes. Very smart dogs. Yes. This guy's really smart as well. And extremely smart. And you let them be smart as well. I mean, that's the thing too. It's just the understanding of them, which is patience more than anything. The most patience I've learned is from having a dog, you know, and learning the communication, because I think it's all about the communication, and it's not talking, you know, it's feelings and, well, pure emotion. You're basically conversing with pure emotion, but it's not going to be words for an animal. They will be for you. Like your filters will convert feelings, pictures, all this sort of stuff into words for you as well. That's how we find the words to communicate to someone else what an animal's saying. So you look at like animal whisperers and stuff too, and how they communicate. Very good lessons there, because it's the same with people. You know, you're doing the exact same thing. So when you become aware of that, and you can become much more aware of that with a dog or a cat or anything like this, and that allows us to improve our communication skills with everyone around us, you know, which makes you happier. It's all about communication here, which is the awareness and understanding as well. Hey, there's Al. Welcome. That awareness and understanding, because once we have that, and we can understand why someone's doing something, and it may be different to you, and that's why I did a lot of this sort of stuff, because I was very different. You know, I'm going, why am I different? Why is everyone else different to me? But then that started my process to understand, you know, understand people. Doggy dialogues, right? And it's just the thermometers, they fire at your forehead. Yeah, the gun to the, yeah, absolutely right. Yep, absolutely does. Why on earth would they do that? Why did they change that? Right? How many things did they change just for this? That was never done that the way before. Why can't you just take my temperature here or here or wherever? Much better places. But puppy, he's probably gone straight back to sleep again. And he's gone outside again because it's cooler outside at the moment. Yeah, and also they're seeing other things as well. So when, you know, they might see something and bark at something or whatever, and you don't see anything there. baby cow. Yeah, baby cow would be sweet. I remember a mate of mine had a pig in his backyard. Like, you know, we have pretty big backyards in Alice Springs in Australia, but it's still just a backyard. And the pig was massive. It's like 2 meters long. I wonder what happened to that pig. I don't know. But that's a funny pet. That pig was beautiful too. So all the dogs are groomed. Got a little. There's a doggy daycare here as well. They do that sort of stuff now. A doggy daycare. Interesting. But I guess it's good for socialization of animals and dogs and stuff as well, to give them more socialization with other animals. Oh, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, these daycares and all of this sort of stuff. It's like, I remember, like, you know, basically, right at the start, my dad was working and supporting the family, but my mother very quickly needed to get work and stuff as well. I look at it now, it's like, you know, each one, the mother and the father have to be living, you know, 2-3 jobs each just to, you know, provide for the family nowadays. So it's more and more working, and that's the system that's set up. And then less and less time with your children, with the family, with the animals, with everything, right? So, you know, it's about freeing up our time too. I mean, think about how fast everything's going too. And it's that stopping. So when you're stopping that mind, you're allowing it. You're allowing stuff to come up, you know, that you can work on, which is brilliant. You know, I mean, it's so simple to do as well, and you're rewarded every step of the way. You gain more energy every step of the way. You feel better, more happy every step of the way. You know, so doing the work is rewarding. You've got to remember that. At the moment, it's something like, it was 46 today, Zal. Got up to 46 up here where I am. At the moment, it still kind of feels like that. It's probably around 30, 35 at the moment. Cats are very energetically sensitive as well. They're just clued on to people's energy really well. It's the same as like my dog as well. I give people a dog scan. Instead of the cat scan, I give them a dog scan, where the dog will sniff them up and down, and the dogs, they just go straight to an area. If, you know, you've got a problem there, stick their nose in, yeah, you know, something's wrong there, or something's unbalanced there. They're very good like that. 21st, yeah, we're close to that, aren't we? It's like the 18th or something today. So there will be a mass meditation. So yeah, it's the 18th. Got the 21st. So that, you should throw that link into Zal of the meditation, the mass meditation that's happening. And there are a lot of meditations going on. So make sure you participate. Make sure you participate. Celsius, sorry, degrees Celsius. Animals know, they sure do. And that's the thing too, like, I think, like, when we become responsible and stuff as well, we have to realize our effect on animals. You know, our effect on the consciousness, the group consciousness that involves the animals as well, the full group consciousness, because there is a human group consciousness or man group consciousness. But then there's also an animal group consciousness that blends and talks to each other. So we affect them in that way on a mass scale as well. Our fear affects their fear. Right? We have to get rid of that fear ourselves, and then you'll start to see less fear in the animals as well. You know, and especially from us too, because you know, normally people are running away and scared and all of this stuff, but that you're creating that fear a lot of the time. If you did nothing and you're fine, well, they do nothing and they're fine. So a lot of it's reaction, you know. So we're all miners. They find lots of gold in the air, right? Awesome. I think mine. He could be beagle as well, but a mix. So his ears are a lot shorter. But he might be my hunting hound. But I have rabbits here as well, and he's not running yet. He's still bouncing like a little rabbit. So watching him chase rabbits is hilarious. There we go. Zal's put that in the chat. Fantastic. See you there. That's the 21st. And I'm right close, like 500 k's away from Uluru and stuff as well. So I become an anchor point as well. These people that do this in different places become anchor points as well. So it's like an inlet, more connection, And we can be anywhere too. But you use that intent, you can join in. It's using that intent to join in with that conscious awareness that is that intent of positivity and whatnot as well on that day. Human eye is in fact capable of seeing infrared light. Oh yes. The human eye is capable of seeing way much more than people see themselves, and it's just a matter of building up that muscle. It's because we're not used to it anymore. It's the 22nd, 2:30 a.m. for us, Callum. Check the times, right? So so it'll be the 21st. Oh yeah, cool. But I'll still be meditating on the 21st as well. It's like for us. Yeah, Zal, that's like 2:30. Yeah, 2:30 in the morning. But that's when we synchronize. That's when everyone's synchronized. So it is the same moment. But remember that it's the energy picks up. It's a magnification of energy as well. So whatever you do is magnified. So if you want to be suffering and in a shit mood, it's just going to be magnified, right? So it's your choice, right? This is these energetic waves that come in. It's our choice if we ride them. We can ride them with fear, or we could ride them the opposite, right? It's your choice. When I understood that and I realized that was happening, that was some big changes in my life, when I can realize that I'm creating it and I'm causing it because it's instant, especially with alignments. So every time there's an alignment, we're getting an influx of energy coming, and it's that same, we can use it, we can ride it, So, we're using it to expand our consciousness and raise our vibration, which helps us. That's helping us, because once you boosts like that, and which is the same as what psychedelics do as well, it's giving you that boost. Then it's basically our choice to go back to who we were, or keep some of that going forward. Keep on a raised vibration and holding that going forward. We have that choice. Most people just want to go back to reality, but it is like psychedelics too. It's understanding the experience, what happened, spending time breaking down the information and integrating it, right? Then that's the process. That's that raising of that awareness and raising of that vibration. That is the process, but that is the fun part of it as well. It's like discovering yourself. Still move through the emotions that come up so that you can find the link to clearing it. Then move into the moment as soon as possible. Yeah, right. Yep. With that observation, yeah. So that detachment's there, and then you choose to feel it fully. I mean, that's the thing too. Because I've felt a lot of sadness for what's happening around us as well, right? It's been felt. I've felt it en masse. It's done. It's processed, which allows me to be happy moving forward as well. Right? Cheers, John. John Cheesewith. Bit sunstrokey. Hemp. Hemp seed, When I did a test of hemp seed as well. Our sun here is crazy, it's full on. And I had to do a job all day long in the heat. And I this was when I found out about hemp oil and stuff as well. So I used that instead of sunscreen, just hemp. Not that I've ever used sunscreen, to be honest, though, but I've just hemp. And I usually burn or brown very quickly, but that day, nothing. Absolutely nothing. No redness at all, nothing. And you're not blocking anything as well. You know, what the sunscreens block. What is reality? What you experience is reality. So everyone's reality is real. It's a hard concept to grasp, that one as well. What is real? Because the place we're in is an illusion, but what you experience is real. That's the only reality, right? Numbers 20. Right? Yeah, absolutely. Sunscreen out. Hemp oil, yeah, hemp seed oil. It's good stuff. But it's like the omega 3, 6, and 9s as well. Which are our fats and oils, you know, these are the secrets. Also, there's a bit of it's like a selenium. Oh, hello, Campbell. You back? You are muted. You're muted, Campbell. That's actually something I've wanted to learn a lot, like reading lips. I'd love to be able to do that. You're still muted.
There, now.
Colourful. Oh. What does that look like?
Oh,
so Bernie's out.
Yeah, what happened to Bernie, man? Jeez.
Oh, he's picking up
ship
his
as well.
He's picking up. I think he was
Oh my God.
jumping on his mobile here and there as well.
This is the thing, right? To Bernie, a live stream is just like the afternoon. You know, you start streaming, and then, you know, if you got stuff to do, you just go out and do it, and then you come back, and then you know, do a few more things, get to the toilet, come back. Why not, right?
Or a couple of days, you know.
A couple of days, yeah. Sleeping, yeah. You know, why not? It could catch on, though.
That's the Truman Show. It's the Truman Show.
There's actually lots of videos out there of people. Have you seen the videos of people and they go and mow lawn and clean up messy yards and even clean up houses, and they get so many views you would not believe it. It's literally a dude mowing a messy lawn and it'll have like 1 million views. So I reckon falling asleep in a stream and just showing yourself sleep for 8 hours, that might work. I think we could get some views going. We call it the dream stream.
I don't know. I wouldn't really want to do it myself. Like anyone's joining your dream, probably. which you can do.
Analyze. Oh, he's having a nightmare now. Oh, what's he doing now? Oh, quick! Black out.
Well, when I jumped on to
all right. So what are you talking about? Everyone.
Positive vibes. All sorts of things. I've just been chatting with the chat.
All right, we got Len,
OCD.
Hello, Michael, Joshua, hello. Campbell just went and saw a movie while we chatted. Yeah, I did. Now I went to the shop quickly, but I don't know, right? It's that time of year. Everything's taking a long time at the moment. Truman Show. I knew it was real. It's just a show about a true man. Matrix was a documentary. Matrix 4 is coming out. Have you seen the clips for the Matrix 4? What's going on there? They're back and Neo doesn't remember that he's Neo.
It's a different color. It's a different color, a different feel going on.
Yeah, the new Matrix.
Yeah.
You mean the pill?
The whole thing, the whole movie has this different feel, different color, temperature to it.
Yeah, right. It's definitely got a different Morpheus. Morpheus I don't know,
Got
had a
young.
youth pill, and everyone else aged. He got young, and everyone else got old. How'd that happen? But are we interesting? Because if you see the clip and they say, just look at them, those humans just walking around in circles, not knowing what's going on, and it's so true. I think that's where we are. And isn't
What
it
is it,
interesting that it's being released now?
It's the 22nd, isn't it? Was it 22nd?
Today or when it gets released? When it gets released, I think so.
When it gets released, yeah. I think it's actually released in other places, but in America and Australia.
Yeah. I saw a picture today. I saw a picture of all these people lining up to go into the Matrix 4, and they all had masks on. And then like this dude's walking up going, oh. And it's like,
what's the fucking irony of
that? Going to see. I know, right? It's just bizarre.
Oh, they're sitting
Guys,
inside.
It's a movie about the Matrix. You're not supposed to be entering the Matrix. It's unbelievable.
The sheep watch themselves.
Madness.
Or it might be the 21st.
So yeah, I think it's out in a few days here.
I think it's 21st.
Yeah, a couple of days.
21st of the 12, 21. Yeah. So 333.
Ah.
Yeah.
Ah, nice. Of course.
So
And
they're playing some game there.
Someone said, oh, hello, Bobby. How you going? Someone said Neo's been jabbed. Has Keanu had the juice? No. Has he? Is he on the juice? On the juice?
Well, yeah.
So the bodybuilders would have been an easy target, wouldn't they? You just hand them a needle and go, oh, it'll make you bigger. Oh, give me that stuff. Yeah, man.
Yeah, but don't exert yourself, eh? Don't exert yourself too much.
No.
Just drop over.
It'll make you bigger. You just can't work out anymore.
Yeah. No running anymore. Which is interesting too, because exercise and that erogenously produces glutathione, interestingly enough. Like, that's how we produce our levels of glutathione usually, is glutathione, which is a master antioxidant in the body, which could dissolve some things.
Oh.
Some graphene oxide.
Sounds like when you like put your leg on someone. Are you glutathione me? Get your gluteus and your thigh off
exercising
me now.
And that ups the levels. So it's interesting, that little correlation there too, where exercising will actually flow the blood and move the stuff as well. But that's how we usually get our glutathione levels up and stuff.
Yeah. And it's normally how we clear crap out, but now what it's doing if you've taken the juice is it's circulating it through your body everywhere.
Yeah. So a good actually, one of the things to know at the moment to help people is enemas, like coffee enemas and stuff like that. Massively raises your glutathione levels, but it is also helping that clearing and stuff as well at the same time. But it really massively.
I've heard coffee's good.
I think it's green coffee is the go. I haven't done any enemas at all. I've always wanted to. Actually. Yeah, I think it's green coffee. Is you have to do it with green coffee. Yeah, and I think the reason why is I haven't looked into it too much, but it is opens up more sphincters and stuff basically. So more clearing happens.
Dude, you're going to get my channel cut.
Sphincters.
Actually, if it's lefties watching them, they might promote it.
I'm using the code words.
I told my fam half the shit I know. They would baker at what? They would baker act me. I don't know what that means. It's okay. They think I have dementia anyway. That's all right. My cat has dementia, so you're in good company. You what?
Cannabis enemas. Someone was.
I drink my coffee, Callum.
Robert.
Oh, cannabis.
Sorry, which
Al says he drinks it.
Way do you drink it? Which hole do you drink it from?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Do you drink it while doing a headstand?
Do both at once.
Cannabis, there you go, for a really sick patient. Well, there you go.
Oh, that's an awesome idea. That's fantastic.
Is that what, the oil, or how does that work? Like, It must be a poultice or
I'd
something.
probably
is
juice it.
or-
I'd probably juice it. And
He had a sphincter. Oh, a sphincter. Exit only.
Easy, Wilco.
Chocolate and cheese.
Hate that.
No. Easy, Wilco. Come on. Yeah, so, next time someone says, "Shabbing up in your butthole," just say, "Oh, okay. Coffee, green coffee, is it? Sure. Let's go. Let's trottle along and have an enema together."
well, there's also
and
suppositories
sketches
in there as well. So I mean, that's a good
Suppositories,
thing
yeah.
with
What's-
CBD oil.
It's suppositories when you're like, yeah, right. That's like a pill up the bum, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
enema's like a flush kind of a thing, like a liquid sort of flushy thing.
Yeah, you're getting it in you,
Nice.
sloshing it around for 20 minutes or whatnot, and then draining it all out. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, like stand on your
I
head.
know, it sounds a bit weird, but I have heard that apparently
This
coffee pulls a lot of the toxins out. So
Yeah, I would
right.
say if you are having
D-nice
problems, it's
mushrooms.
one of the biggest things that you can do for your digestive
Just make sure
system.
they're not the magical type of mushrooms you shove up there,
Well,
or you could
Watch the last show, right? That was the red and white, the red and white poisonous mushrooms.
Muscolius
And the horse pea.
mushrooms. The deer pea. Yeah,
Deer pea, was it? Yeah.
I know, right?
That's very interesting, and it just made total sense to me too, because that's actually something that I think this is how the shaman sort of worked out about ayahuasca and this sort of stuff as well, is by drinking your own urine and stuff as well, because you are an alchemical lab. Your body is an alchemical lab, and it's your pee is that filtration of the blood. It's that blood plasma, and it's pure. And so that's the product. That's your product, right, of this alchemical process. And then putting that back in. So like taking a drug that needs or ayahuasca or something like this, which needs a stomach inhibitor. Inhibitor for the stomach for it to actually give you the trip or whatnot, or else it won't. But then if you loop that through.
Work that out?
Well, I mean, drinking your own pee is just something weird for us. I don't think that was weird for them back then. They understood what it is and how it works.
Yeah, but
and it's
with
one of those
ayahuasca,
things.
Literally, it's one plant is from one side of the Amazon, which is the active ingredient, and the other plant that you need to have with it, which is the inhibitor, is from the other side of the forest.
But they also did dreaming too. They're sitting there right next to the plant, sleep next to the plant, and dream with the plant. Ask the plant. The plants tell you everything. It's just taking the time to do it, right? And these guys, it depends where you are. They're sleeping in nature, sleeping next to trees and stuff like this. I mean, meditating next to a tree, right? So imagine sleeping next to it.
That's what I want to get out to. I need to get out to the country.
Get out of Perth.
I still can't drive, so it's a pain in the butt. Yeah, it's just getting there, and then it's a bloody manual, right? I should have bought an auto bus, but it's a manual, so it makes it hard, So because I'm going to move in like 10 weeks, so.
Are you still doing? Are you doing the TENS unit? Are you doing the TENS unit on your joints and stuff on your arm?
I've got one. I haven't used it for a little while. I do have one.
Keep using that, because that'll just speed up your recovery with your neurons and stuff as well. Yeah, it'll speed it up faster.
We're looking at a Rife as well, a Rife machine.
Yeah, I think the one thing we have to remember with Rife, yeah, absolutely, harmonic frequencies, of course, but we have to be careful with those things as well, because it's not about killing. Like, that's what I found weird about some of the Rife stuff, is this is the frequency for this is the frequency for that, and you're targeting and killing, and that's not actually how the initial sort of Rife Yeah, it's just you are creating those harmonic frequencies, which are our template, and we match those. And then so everything that doesn't fit fades away, basically. Yeah, so the imbalance.
Yeah.
So it's really just, this is the core, this is the template, and that's what we resonate, you know. So because it's this theory, it's this thing of I've got to kill all these things in my like, it's just like antibiotics, chemotherapy. It's just killing, and it's not about that, you know. It's not about killing things, because a lot in the medical industry, they don't understand what they're killing. They're not understanding that this has nothing to do with what they're talking about half the time anyway. You know, they're talking about like a fireman standing at the fire saying that he created the fire, sort of thing, you know, because he was there. You know, when we're looking at it,
yeah,
the fireman's there, so he obviously did it. No, and the logic breaks down very quickly.
There's a fire, there's a fireman. Yeah,
must be the fireman. Yeah. And there are probably a lot
they
of
bring in those
trucks
with well, there's actually a good video from, I think, I'm pretty sure it's Conspiracies Are Us from a couple of years ago. And it's called Fire or Fireman or something. And he literally talks about that whole thing. You know, we have all these firemen and all these fires. Ooh, really? I wonder who was starting these fires. It's good for business, right? I mean, isn't it weird that we even have a fire service and it's such a big thing when we don't really have that many, you know, city fires? Back in the day we did, so they needed to create it, but now you get the odd house
we're still
fire.
backburning here. I think they're still backburning and stuff in Darwin, which is great, but I know that in a lot of other places they've stopped a lot of the backburning, which is really not good. I mean, it's what we've been doing forever. As our observation of nature and resetting places and stuff, right?
Originals.
Yeah, that's what I
remember.
We learnt it off them
when I was young in school. Yeah, we got taught that that's what they used to do, but it was really, really, really bad. Oh, they used to go around and just burn, the story we were told is that was how they hunted. Like, it was part of their hunting. They'd go and burn the forest to try and get a few animals. Like, that's literally what I learnt at school. And now when you get older, you realize it was actually they were just managing the forest. Yeah. And then and now that we're not letting them do it, we're getting wildfires every year. It's like, hello.
Boom. Yep. Out of control.
Madness. Hello, Sid. How you going?
Where are you, Tam? Where are you, Tam, Australia? Are you in where is it?
Yeah, she's in over east. I think she's in New South Wales.
Yeah, because they're doing that here. They're stopping.
Definitely over east somewhere. What did she say? They don't do backburning here anymore. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. And then in Australia, you've just built up all this dead undergrowth. You know, you get a storm and it just boom. Because, you know, Australia's different to every other continent out. You know, stuff falls to the ground, it just goes to like kindling, basically. We don't have much moisture for it to mulch down. It's basically just a tip.
So pulling water out of the air is a little bit trickier here, but still possible. You know, there's still heaps of water in the air, but it's a much drier air here, so it probably takes a little bit more time.
Have you seen the big wicker sort of bamboo things that they make, the big funnels?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's actually quite a few patents and stuff on that as well.
Because, I mean, it would work, right? I guess if you just put a bit of material up in the air, then you just literally drag the water out when it's cold, and it just runs down the frame, and you just collect it at the bottom.
You're just creating a temperature difference. How do you create water? You create that temperature difference. Yeah. So then you've got cool air going against a hot surface, or hot air going against a cool surface, or whatever. But it's easy to heat in the desert, of course, as well, right? It's also like there's refrigeration sort of ways of doing that as well. So in the cold, then you've got this cold it's stacked up, so it's like a silo unit, and it's stacked up with all these layers, and then so air's running through it, but then you've got these like a cool radiation radiator type of thing going, which is that gives you that cool, so the hot air comes in and boom, and then it just collects all down. It's fantastic. I've wanted to build one of these as well. There's actually a quick way too which is handy in Australia but everywhere, is just having a plastic bag with you, like a big clear plastic bag. It's like, if I as a survival thing or whatnot too, that's one of the things I'd want to carry around with me everywhere, to have, is a big plastic bag, and you just put it over a branch, tie it up, come back in an hour, you'll have about a cup of water, pure distilled water, right? Condensed water. So you can just do that anywhere, right?
Nice.
You've got your placky bag, you put it over, like as more greenery as you can find, the shrubbiest sort of stuff you can find, and then sun for an hour. You've got about a cup. So water anywhere.
It's everywhere, and it's in the ground too, right? We're getting all these messages. Oh,
look at the birds. Follow the birds. They're going to the water.
Ricardo's bossy is scary now. He swears. No, he would be good to have a chat with. But I did
we got this.
Did you see the interview when he lost
Max and Odysee thing going on at the moment? Because I saw the interview with Max and Ricardo Odysee, and then there was a bit of flack afterwards.
What? Max Egan
having a bit of a go at him for the Jews.
Okay, yeah.
So there was a bit of a thing.
I didn't see that one. Really? It's
all drama.
Yeah, I think Ricardo, it is. No,
he seems like a good guy. Same as
he does.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it his way, but it doesn't mean that he's not a good guy.
Yeah. I just don't do politics at all. So I think that's a waste of time. I think it's like a good guy going bad.
If I ran for politics, if the only reason I'd run for politics is if I knew I could, get to the highest position, and then I just dissolve the parliament. That'd be it. Just get to power so you can destroy the system,
Turning it off now, everybody.
No, go away.
I mean, there are a few that want to reduce it right back to nothing, right back to just like fixing the bloody roads, which is great. That's fine. That can be a transition.
All it should be.
Yeah, that's the transition.
Employees who are employed by the people to whatever, maintenance and all that kind
of
stuff.
Like Tom Barnett said, right? You don't want to have the position. No one would want to have it. No prestige, nothing like that. Just getting the work done. Welcome back. But also, I like Tom Barnett.
Exactly. Yeah,
kind of running as well, because he's running as well.
That's awesome.
He's campaigning.
Oh yeah. I wonder what'll happen though.
It doesn't really matter. I don't care. Because he's already said, if he doesn't get in, he's just gonna keep doing what he's doing.
Keep going anyway.
Yeah. Nothing stops anything.
Yeah, he put in his thing. You heard, right? And they accepted him. And then they found out who he was, and they rejected it. Like his thing for mayor. So he just went, "Oh, I'm doing it anyway."
Free country, right? Yeah.
But wouldn't that be awesome if everyone went in and just wrote his name down and drew a box and ticked that? What could they do?
Well, I always thought, don't tick anything. Don't tick anything. Just put it back in. What happens if no one ticks anything? It's like, so no one then? Okay, so no one. But they just keep it going. It doesn't matter anyway, and it's a selection, so
it doesn't matter. Yeah, but they just It doesn't. It's like I was thinking about it the other day. It's like songs. We have this conception, right, that someone who like a song, when a song gets to number one, the main public perception is the reason it got to number one is it got released, people liked it, so they shared it all around, and it got popular, and everyone went out and bought it, and so it went to number one. But that's actually not what happens. What happens is the powers that run the record companies go, okay, this is going to be number one. And they just start promoting it, going, it's number one. It's number one. And everyone goes, oh, my God, it's number one. I better go buy it. And guess what?
Must
They
be
all
good.
buy it, and it's yeah, exactly right. So it's just
Must be good.
everything's so
It's like the
I
thing
can
like people
actually
say.
speak on this directly, being involved in the music industry in Canada for a while,
No.
and it
We
was
don't want your
$10,000
opinion.
US to get in the top 10 of the Canadian billboards for the weekly music videos and new releases for when I was publishing records, and literally the 10 grand starting to get into the tops, and that's
That
just how it works.
reduces the
money
field a
talks,
lot.
everything else walks. That's
unbelievable,
the way
isn't
it is.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, Max
Unbelievable,
Santos.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
all good intentions. Most everyone has good intentions. Most everyone has
I
good
agree.
intentions. Everyone in jail had good intentions.
yeah. No one
Right,
went to a crime scene and
realistic.
went, this will get me to jail. Yeah. I'm really going to end up
Right.
with some hard time with this one. Awesome.
Well,
You
that's
know,
why I kind of
and this
don't
is
use the words
thing,
good
it's
and
we don't
bad.
have to.
I use
No, but we don't have to
right
agree.
and wrong. Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
is everyone talking about Mad Max Thunderdome? What's going on here?
2 man enter,
Bobby,
1 man leave.
Yeah, I'm just seeing all like
Is
Master
that
Blaster
Bosie and
here
Max?
all these-
Bosie and Max in the Thunderdome?
Oh,
Is that what they say?
yeah, he's Mad Max probably. Yeah, like the Thunderdome. What do you call a Canadian that can't sing? Justin Bieber. Oh, there you go. Someone's in Toronto. Osbeast, hey, how you going? People need to look into Tamerlane. Yeah, about 150 years after Genghis, who reunited the Golden Horde and who conquered half the world. Tamerlane, king, right? King Tamerlane from Africa, I believe. He's on what? I think he's on the 15. What is it? 1487 map. The So it is, or at 1587. That massive one with the extra land. Anyway, Tamerlane, yeah, that's who I thought. Iwaranon was going to talk about. Because remember at the end of the first series, like the last one, he said, but there's a king we need to talk about. Remember that? And he never brought it up again. And I thought, Tamerlane, but he's never brought it up again. Do you remember that?
Well, what was that king that went on that travels?
The very last one.
The
Tamerlane one?
Stuffed Beagle. Stuffed
Beagle, the one who took like 150 ships. Yeah. He took like 150 ships to America or something. And I think, and didn't only like 20 return? They all got lost or something.
Mm. Yeah, that's one I've wanted to look into more. The seventh king.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it. There's a map, and he's like right in the middle of Africa. You see him sitting up on a big throne.
That's
and apparently he was like the
interesting.
wealthiest man. Yeah,
wonder if he might have been King
time.
Solomon in other languages, especially if he went to North America. And with the Grand Canyon map that I was pointing out there, how it has Solomon's temple in it right next to the Ottoman amphitheater and the Temple of Jupiter, that what truly is in the Grand Canyon Pyramid complex and ancient city that is there.
Yeah, because that's out of bounds, right? Yeah.
Literally, Rex from League Project, when he went there, when Rex did his expedition a couple months back, there was an actual Apache helicopter that came and flew over them and tried to chase them.
I saw that one.
We're watching you.
Shot down his drone,
and he was right up on the rim. He wasn't.
Yeah,
he
wasn't
down
even
there
down
He
in
was
it.
right up on the rim, but he was filming it.
Wow,
that was bizarre.
Check that one out.
But one of his most recent interviews is with Zuni Elder, and he's getting involved with many of almost all of the local tribes and the elders around there. So with any luck, they will initiate them in apparently next year into the underground area where they actually still have tribal rights to some of that land.
Ooh, cool. Go Rex Bear.
So that will be a game changer.
So
it's
I've
yeah,
seen
and
there was
also though
ranchers
he's
just giving back
starting
a
a
lot of
bunch starting a bunch of different like I don't know if it's charities, but essentially like collaborations with the different tribal nations around there to help getting them funding and help getting some resources and stuff. Pretty much exactly like what you're doing. So in the email I sent him,
nice.
I included a second one actually last night that mentioned all of it. So hopefully when we get together,
I did see that.
you guys can talk on that.
Yeah, and Bernie he's in Canadian land. That's why he's all rugged up.
Kanata.
He's up in the land of
unicorns and rainbows, isn't it? Unicorn rainbow land, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm a man bear unicorn.
And Santa's with claws. Oh, he's a man bear unicorn. Well, there you go. And you know what are better than unicorns? Are llamacorns. Oh, what the hell? Oh my God! It is a man bear unicorn. I thought it was a triceracorn, but it looks like man bear. It's a bear with wings. Yeah, it's a bear with wings and a big horn, like at the front.
Almost looks like a bull from a distance. Yeah.
What's it? So what is it? A bear, unicorn, and a what? Like, what's its name?
I say and man because I make fun of the South Park of man bear pig, and then it's like, no, I'm man bear unicorn because I'm a bear and I'm a unicorn of a catch, and well, obviously I'm a man, so man bear unicorn we go.
So is that one of yours?
That's literally my creation. Of,
Anne Murray is a boy. Anne Murray, isn't she that singer from like the 70s? Is that Anne Murray? And why is she a boy? Isn't she an old lady?
Edmonton, just north of me, if so.
Edmonton in the house. There you go. Is that up near you? Up in the north, the cold inner regions.
Ooh,
you're the closest. You should go up and see if there's any land at the North Pole. That's actually another.
I honestly have been wondering that and thinking about that, especially one of my friends that works up. One of my friends that works up north, and the fact that it's completely dark there now for a few days straight around the solstice, right? So that's something quite interesting. And we had a viewer here in the chat earlier mentioning that they're in Alaska and that it's only -6 degrees Celsius there right now, yet it's -26 Celsius where I am in southern Alberta, which just blows my mind.
So there you go. How does that work? Because the tilt they put on the Earth is to make sure that the poles are the coldest places, aren't they? But clearly they're not.
Right?
Yeah, a bit of a discrepancy.
Especially at a time when there's zero light, when there's no sunlight at all, right? For this period of time, how is that possible?
Yeah, exactly. Like
exactly.
I don't know. Explain that one, like NASA. Come on. That doesn't make.
But North is interesting too. Like you were just talking about Iwaranon as well, like that map where we could be. It's an edge of, and then North is actually more land past North as well. You know,
I almost believe in the inner Earth.
Have you seen that map?
Possibility too.
Have you
I think there's
dudes. Everything.
So much going on below us, right? I kind of think there was that word honeycomb Earth, which I kind of like, you know.
I feel that one too.
A lot of stuff going on everywhere. Yeah, like massive, big, like you would say, hollow Earth, you know, because it's that bloody big, you know. But I think there's many of them, many places.
It's like absolutely everything
I think
exists simultaneously.
And they took some photos.
Anything you can think of.
Have you seen it? They took photos of going up to the Arctic, and they saw like this other little pond, like with a landmass in it.
Really?
Oh, who was it?
Yeah,
Don't
but it was
know if
kind
I've
of
seen
walled
that
off.
one.
Yeah, I've done a video on it last year sometime. But the thing about the
There's
North
that-
Pole is when I was in school, I was taught there was land there. I was taught that the North Pole was land. Right?
And Santa Claus.
It was. You could go there. And Santa Claus. Well, of course, there has to be land if Santa Claus is living there, right? But now you go to Google Earth, you go to the North Pole, there's no land. I mean, of course, Google Earth, we know, but that's what they're showing us, that there's no land there.
I always think that was a bit of a
Who
giveaway
remembers
too,
land in the
because
North Pole?
it's like giants and stuff as well. It's because he's got little people, pixies or whatever, or is he just are they normal and Santa's the giant?
Are they normal size?
Yeah. Is that a clue with the giants? Because
exactly,
I think and south, as we go out, it's probably different pressure zones, and it's easier to live as a giant there than here.
Hyperborea. Yeah,
Exactly.
but Hyperborea is also one of the islands has always got pygmies written on it.
And
elves.
one's pygmies, one's
Little
giants. It's crazy.
Mm.
I'm gonna be back momentarily.
Yeah.
There's awesome land there. Do you think it's because? Oh, who did that? Oh, no ice cap. Do you think it's because when masses shift? What do we think? Callum is going to make me smoke now. Callum, stop it!
Stop making people smoke. That's where I'm going.
So long as it's good organic tobacco, go for it.
And I guess I'm going for
I was taught the same thing.
I really don't smoke that much. It's just socially as well. I have a bit of social. Yeah. I'll smoke a little bit more.
Good point.
But,
Flat fact. I mean, we've got video of Admiral Byrd up in the North Pole with planes, and now they'll probably just say, oh, no, it's just big ice sheets. It was just really thick ice. And maybe that's why they took it away, right? I was just thick ice. Look, it's global warming. Look what you horrible humans have done to our planet. You've melted the top bit of it. And now it's going to be unweighted. It's going to change the axis. We're going to go spinning through on a different cycle.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Exactly right.
Wouldn't
that throw everything off? That delicate balance.
You think it will. But then again, I mean, when we get down to the real shape of the Earth, we all know that it's a pear or for us scientifically minded, an oblate spheroid. But it also rises 30 kilometers around the equator. So it's an oblate spheroid with a fat ring.
Chubby.
So it's
chubby Earth.
Chubby,
I think they call it.
chubby pear.
Chubby Earth.
We all
chubby
live on a
pear.
Chubby pear.
Did you see that Santos's? It wasn't Santos, sorry. It was David Weiss, but it was on Santos's channel.
I started watching that. Is it worth going back and seeing?
That was the most bizarre flat Earth debate I have ever seen in my life. It's like he wasn't a globie at all. Like
he wasn't a globe. He didn't know. I think he just wanted to get on a show. He didn't even have a position.
Maybe.
They kept asking him questions.
He was talking about the outside.
No, I didn't say that.
He was always just talking about the outside.
He comes in with all this data.
That's right, but we're on a flat level service though. Yeah. We're on a flat level service. Well, that's it. Welcome. It was bizarre. It was. But he comes in
going. NASA's crap. NASA's all fake, and I just want to let you know that NASA's crap, and I'll prove it to you. No, and then he goes, I'll prove it to you because they're not saying that the Earth is a globe, right? They're crap, but I'll show you they're not. They're trying to confuse us. They're not showing us it's a globe. So here's all this NASA data that I've been through that shows us. Dave's just going.
The pushing of that agenda. They're not pushing a spherical. They're pushing spherical / oblate / whatever. Like, who cares? That's the same shit. And then David's talking about like on the egg. Like, well, how does gravity work on the egg then? And that's not even what he's talking about. He was talking about
here and less there.
The outside is an egg, and like, but still, that's speculation. Yes, people can say, like, I understand his position as well. He's saying everything's spherical in nature, and it's like, no, it's not. Yes, it might start that way,
It's not.
It might start that way. It might start as a round cell. But like David said, but a banana, you know, then it turns into something. It's like a tree. It will still have an etheric egg, yes. But it's converted into something. So you're saying that they stayed as the circle, they stayed as the sphere, when everything else converts to a shape, expresses beyond the sphere. Yeah. It's just a simple thing. I'm like, have you not thought that step forward? Like
but exactly right, because it goes from the seed to the seed of life to the flower of life. It very quickly goes into geometry, very quickly. I mean,
so you're saying there's no circle of life here at all, right? Everything's just in its beginning state. No. Yeah.
What about?
But that's just a little bit more thinking. A little bit more thinking.
Yeah, they don't like.
I love when they talk about the moon and everything, too, because. Sorry.
What did he say about the moon? Oh, here you go.
Oh, I just love when people are talking about the moon and the moon missions and stuff like that, because that's kind of where that was basically, I'm looking up at the moon going, what the hell is this? That started waking me up a bit more. You know, that was a process that I went through, was all the moon stuff. It's like silly things, like, you know, the Earthrise, the famous Earthrise shot. Yeah? You remember that photo? The famous Earthrise where the sun's rising up on the moon. Wait, what?
Oh, yeah.
Is that possible? Yeah. Is it possible for an Earth to rise when we see a moon that cartwheels across the sky, only one side's lit? Would you see a moon rising up? No, of course you wouldn't. But there's just so much stuff there that's just completely nonsensical, and we just go with it until you think about it a little bit.
I was looking at the moon
not to mention that it's really tiny and it should be like 4 times bigger, like a massive thing that's just circling in the moon sky. Like that's your model, your theory, not mine.
How does it change size? They don't explain that. How it goes from this big to a supermoon. I mean, in their theory, it would have to be coming closer. But last night I could see the moon and it was bright. You know, what they tell us is the sun's light. But this was at like 7 o'clock. So over the other side, you can still see the sun, right? Now, the moon is going to be lit all night and it will still be lit in the morning. It'll still be there at 6 in the morning. You'll be able to see it. But in that time, the sun has had to go all the way around the back of the earth. How is it lighting it?
Well, and it's even too. It's the same as the planets. Like how is sun going all this way, bouncing off some gaseous shit, and the brightest thing in the sky? It just doesn't make sense at all. There is no sense to it. But that's the breaking of it. It's like you have to realize that there is no sense.
Well, how come?
I mean, what do we like? I stayed up.
They say there doesn't deflect light. Wouldn't that deflect light? It would.
Yeah. I watched the moon all last night too, because someone came around and I was kind of marriage counselling all bloody night. But it was like 4 o'clock in the morning when I kind of went off to bed or whatever. But I'm watching the moon go that whole distance. So it started, and then it was basically by the end of it, it was almost a full moon by the end of its travel. You know, and then it's magnifying, of course, and that's all that's happening. It's magnifying through layers of atmosphere. You know, it's magnifying through water. You know, that's why it's getting bigger. But we have to be careful with those optical illusions and stuff as well, because you know, it's like I tell a lot of people.
Why is the sun changing color? Yeah,
exactly right.
Like, but what about the sun changing color? Like, I was listening to J Dreamers and. He was kind of saying, I didn't get the whole thing, but sounded like he was pretty much saying like 2 firmaments with water in between, or some kind of medium in between them. And as that, you know, if the thicknesses of that changed, it would change the angles, you know, of things being projected and the cut and the focus, which would change the color. You know, when you get a torch and you sort of focus the beam in, it goes from yellow to white.
Yeah, it's
happening, you know, because the sun
alignment,
and then the next color would be blue, right? which would be the blue Kachina. What do you reckon?
Yeah. The colors are extremely
Okay.
interesting. Yeah. I mean, we kind of see every color as well. It's like during the day as well. It's like, well, you know, it's a blue sky as well. So, you know, people have to realize how their eyes work as well. I mean, this is part of it, the white balance. Our eyes automatically white balance. So if there's something really white, our eye will make that white, or the closest thing to white there is around us. We'll say that's white, and then we'll change every other color around that to match that. So then, yeah. So then, if I change that color temperature of what I'm looking at, that is white, that'll start to change all the colors around it. You know, it's the same as the moon too. Like I have an orange light outside, which is the area light outside, and it's quite orange. So if I turn off that orange light by the full moon, and the full moon is more blue than anything, you get the blue. So it just comes out completely blue.
Exactly.
Your eyes are changing that white balance, and you wait a few minutes, and then it goes back to a normal sort of color set. But your eyes white balancing to the next thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's true. And also, you know, just as atmospheric distortion with our eyes and things, and I mean, you know, not to mention our eyes are actually curved, right?
Yeah,
well,
they're balls.
Curved or are they concave? They're balls. Oh, they're balls. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Got balls in the eyes. Eyeballs.
Yeah. You've got a concave.
Robert, the only thing you need to know is that you know nothing.
Rods and
What's
cones.
it saying? I know.
I don't say that. I don't say I know nothing. I know a lot of things, but I you know, I don't know what I don't know. I don't believe shit, but I don't know what I don't know, and I know what I know. It's the simplest.
Yeah, there's a saying. I know what I know, but something like that. No. And isn't it interesting that gnosis, to know, knowledge, is the same word as no, you can't look there and get knowledge.
What is all knowing?
No to knowing,
I mean,
right? I mean,
I think it's an extreme. It's
a
balance. It's a balance of knowing and unknowing. I mean, that's the exciting part, is unknowing. That's really where the excitement is, and the mystery, and excitement of like, I want to know. I want to know this. I want to know that. I'm moving on to the next thing. Next thing. You're moving through life. You're expanding, and you're expanding knowledge. You're expanding awareness. So it's gaining that knowledge moving forward as you're going. If you're always gaining knowledge going forward, you're on the right track. You're on the right path. It's this balance that's changing as we move along.
Yeah, as long as you learn, there's no mistakes. It's only mistake, guys. Mistakes, right? Take one, take two. Just like
I love them. I love being wrong.
I
love being wrong. If someone tells me I'm wrong and they can prove it and stuff, fantastic. You've just put me quicker onto the truth. I don't give a shit. Exactly. I just want to know the truth. I really don't give a shit. And that's why I'm happy to hear any.
You don't want to be the smartest. Yeah, you don't want to be the smartest person in the room. And even if you are, you don't want to think you are, you know. But you never are. You're always the smartest and the dumbest person, depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah. There you go. Always the smartest and dumbest. That is definitely me.
Different color auras, interesting. Yeah, I see more of an energy glow, like it's more of a white energy all over, basically, and then there's concentration.
That's the first
or lack of, right. And when there is colors show up, they're fairly specific. But most of the time,
and also like white is all the colors combined.
Yeah. So what are we seeing then? So if we're seeing a color, are we actually seeing an imbalance? Are we seeing? Yeah. But it's sort of how you train
spell
that.
Amanda.
What was that? Spell like
she
a
spells
wanker.
Like a wanker, and I'm not. What does that mean? One-handed? What do you think? Oh, there it is. People auras are different colors.
And different vibrations.
Yeah, so when you start looking at people, the first color you'll see is white because it's the easiest to see, and then you'll start to see deeper. But when you see it, like the colors are almost like vortexes, aren't they? They're like sort of bursts. They're not. You don't like see like someone who's red or something. You get all these sort of, so that it looks like it's.
Yeah.
It could be disharmony. Because
but also,
what do we call
size.
everyone who's enlightened, right? White lightened. They're always white lighters, right?
A glowing chakra, that the top, like that halo.
Yeah, the halo. Yeah, exactly. It's the crown chakra, exactly.
And that's more of that goldeny
right?
light too. So it's that white going to gold, and But also size. Let's think about size too, because if you're talking about vibration and amount of vibration, you're bigger. You have a bigger aura, a stronger field. That's what I see with people with higher vibrations. Like Sonia, look.
Yeah. Sonia.
And it's really easy to see when you've got a good background.
You can hardly even notice her.
It's blinding.
It doesn't make much of an impact at all. Oh my God.
But you can see it too when she gets excited.
Look
at when she gets excited. Look at when she gets excited and the camera starts going fuzzy. Relax your eyes. Yeah, just look through, see what's happening in those.
I haven't looked at,
because it's easy to see changes. It's easy to see people going through changes and stuff when they're in the moment going through. That's where it's really easy. Well, easy, but where you can catch things and notice things and see what's different and all of this, so you can get more information about it. Right? What does this mean? What does that mean? What does this mean?
Says she doesn't believe this. She's dissing us, man. We were taught all colors are white, as in all colors together. We're told form white. But is that what we're told though? But I'll read it. But
basically, so it's a frequency.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So when you split it, yeah. But so
you put all of those frequencies together.
The white is, and that creates white, or is white? Is it white because it absorbs all those frequencies, or because
the mainstream is this? Like, say this is your spectrum of light. That is white light, and then there's green, and there's red, and
exactly.
There's blue. Yeah. So really, it's
that means if someone's reflecting every single color. Is that? I mean, if this is true, this is what they tell us, right? That something's red because it absorbs every color except red, which it reflects. That's what they say. Is that right?
Yeah. So that's the pigment. Color. That's the reflection. Yeah. It was the same as I'm a lighting designer, so I use lamps and then I put gel.
She's arguing, and now she's laughing at us. She maybe not laughing at us. Stars in the summer. That's not real.
As long as you're laughing, that's cool.
Lol.
Yeah, so I use filters, like color filters in front of the light. So what you're doing is you've got white light going through. You want it white as possible, and then that filter is cutting out every other frequency except that small band, whatever that is. So you can see there too that white chakra, or it being one full white, that's full spectrum, full expression.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we're right.
Why do you think white light is such a healing light?
Yeah.
When you're doing visualizations, meditation, this white light of healing. But because you're full template, full spectrum.
You're reflecting all the full spectrum instead of reflecting one more than the others, which would be in balance.
But think about this too. If someone's got like a red showing, what do they need to balance that? Blue.
Blue, is it? Yeah.
So does that make sense? You're balancing out. Like, what do you need to get back to white?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. And that'll take it to white, yeah.
Yeah, so always looking what balances this equation.
In balance.
Sorry about that. And yes, white light is the full spectrum light, and then that's what you separate through the prism, like Isaac Newton first demonstrated, and then it separates to each wavelength or bandwidth of color spectrum per frequency. And that's also what happens in the raindrops and creates the rainbow as well, is your full white light then breaks down to each bandwidth.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like waterfalls and stuff, when you see rainbows and stuff in waterfalls and that. It's amazing.
Exactly.
Yeah, waterfall. Yeah, they're cool.
But also we go through a cycle of color change every day and stuff as well. You know, we're going to the highest moment, highest light, and then
different emotions
all of these
are the
colors.
different colors.
Yeah, so a day is really balanced throughout the whole. It's the full spectrum that we have.
And the white, seeing white aura is the most fullest, balanced, healthiest auras as well, right? And apparently it's like black, red, brown or something is someone with like a bad intent. You'll see that sort of color, I believe it is. I might be mistaken on the precise color. But and then it's also like if it's broken down in different areas, then it's like you're unhealthy in specific realms of either your spiritual existence or your physical existence. And that the full white crown aura means that you're both like spiritually and physically, bodily in your highest resonance and health form.
Yeah, you can actually see that connection.
Bernie, everyone keeps saying that if you get paint, right, if you go back to year 5 and you get your paints and your piece of paper and you chuck them all on the paper and mix them all up, they go black, not white.
Yeah, but if you're working with light, if you're working with light, it's different, isn't it? So when I add all the colors together, I'm getting white.
Yeah. It's just
right? But with physical density, it's the opposite. So then you see that opposite. So when I'm using colors in paint and stuff and I'm putting together, it's going black.
Yeah, exactly. The
really
density
brown
is
money.
one aspect.
Because
pure black apparently will absorb all of the white or all spectrum light. And William's here saying black and orange make brown. And I guess so. So I was thinking he was saying it made orange, and I was like, no, that's red and yellow, but that's not what he was saying. He was saying brown. And yeah, also like purple and orange, I think, make brown as well, actually.
Oh yeah.
Well, depending. If you're talking light, or you're talking paint,
Yeah, exactly. Paint, the pigment in paints is completely different than light itself.
It's the opposite.
And it's the densities. You're
so one absorbs and one reflects, right? Is that what we're talking?
There you go.
One absorbs, one reflects. Yeah.
Well,
Thought so.
Exactly.
Yeah. So white light is reflecting everything, but when you mix it solidly, it absorbs all the colors, so you see black.
We're talking density and matter
when
at that
it's
stage,
light,
right?
it's reflecting it.
Opposite. The light is the opposite of that density. Yeah. So then we see that split.
Yeah.
It's like opposite colors too. It's like purple, so purple, which is your, basically if you split it to 3 chakras instead of more, you've got, blue, green and red. When I mix blue and red together, that's giving you the purple. What's the opposite of purple? Is green. So if I mix green and purple together, white light. I mean, you need all the other colors, but generally, you're getting a white spectrum.
That's to balance it.
So that's your balance.
And they do color therapy. They literally do color therapy, so it'd be the same.
Yeah, I could teach you one very quickly. Actually, I can teach you a technique that's very quick and easy to learn, and you'll understand this. You'll understand this color a lot better. Like in terms of ourselves and how to work with color. So a technique is anything like you can point at. Like if you have a pain in your body, if you can point to it, we can work on it. If you know where it is, if you can feel the pain. So what I'm doing here is asking you to look into the pain. So then look into the pain. Okay, but first give yourself a level, you know, it's 6 out of 10, this pain or whatever. So then we have a marker for later where we can see if we're doing anything right. So say it's 6 out of 10 or whatever. So where's the pain? Point to the pain, you know. So you use that imagination and you see that pain. Now I want you to grab that pain. You have to activate your imagination and do it, right? So then you grab that pain. I want you to pull it outside of you, right? And have it in an area outside of you. You do this automatically. That area outside of you where you place it, where you want to put it, will be a connection to that inside. It'll match. Because this space outside of us is all part of us. And like I might put my hand here and that means something to my mind and my body in the spatial awareness, right? So when you do that, you place it in the space, that also means something there too. Anyway, so you've now got that. I want you to notice what color it is. So if people are doing this now, I want you to notice what color it is. What color is it? I didn't give you any hints or anything too. So it's just coming out. You just notice it. It goes, oh, it's red. Okay. And now I want you to notice it's moving. Is it moving? Is it spinning? Is it what's happening? Because usually there's movement there as well. Define that. What's happening here? Okay, so now we've got this going. Now what I want you to do is I want you to grab it. Make sure you've got every last bit of it out, though. You can feel this. You get every last bit of it out. Take your time. Do it right. And now you've got this. You've got its color. Now what I want you to do is change the color. I want you to change the color and physically move it into the opposite direction. Right, so if it's spinning slowly this way or whatever, I want you to grab it and spin it the other way and keep spinning it faster and faster and faster. And I want you to make it bright opposite color. The opposite color. Change the color. What color do you want it to be? Change it to that color. You'll know exactly what color it is too. It'll just come to you. Do it. Change it. Spin it. Spin it. Spin it. Now grab it and throw it back into that position. Throw it back to where it was. And feel the change. Feel it all over you. Feel what's happening there as you do that. Congratulations, you've just changed the program within yourself. And now it's set to a healing, right? But it's done visually and with color, and so we don't have to use the words.
Yeah, it's...
You know, you just do everything perfectly right because... I hope people got into that.
That's how we... Right? No, yeah. Did anyone do that? What'd you pull out? Let us know. I didn't.
You're changing programs, so you've just set up. You've just changed that program to heal it, to turn it around, to change it. You gave the color it needed,
and that's how we interact with. That's how we program the program, right? It's thought. It's imagination. You know, color, vividness, emotion, all this stuff.
Space.
That's why there's such a war on the imagination.
But you had to activate that imagination too, which what did that mean? I didn't say make up a color. I just said what color? Notice the color. I didn't say, you know, I said notice the color. You can't make it up. It's what it is. Right? So you've activated your imagination and it is what it is. The activation of the imagination is that ready phase. I'm ready to see whatever's there. That's it.
Absolutely.
You're just ready.
The power of projection of the reality, right? And I was listening as you're talking about that, thinking about how I forget the condition it's called, but where the mind sees colors and numbers together.
Synesthesia.
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
Love is the key here. Is saying that she can hear colors.
Yeah, but it's to see if the people that have that ability, the numbers that they see, if it correlates to the actual numbers that we have defined as those specific colors frequencies, because that would be really, really next level documentation of a universal design and creation, that if people that visualize numbers and colors together, that the specific numbers that they always get for those same colors were actually the exact same numbers of that frequency that we have for each color's waveband in our current science system. And
what's happened there? Why doesn't everyone see that? Why doesn't everyone feel that? What we have done is limited ourselves just to the numbers. So if you get rid of that limitation,
Yeah,
you'll start to
left
see
brain. Yeah,
colors and
left brain.
associations that you didn't see before. It's beautiful too. It's like this color and this color and this color shape and this color and this color shape, and you put them together makes this color and this color shape, and that's your answer. That's a number, that's a number, and that's a number. But you didn't have to do the maths. You didn't have to think about it, work it out. You just put it together, and that's that. It makes it extremely easy too and effortless.
We all know
These
a
are
lot
things we need to
more
work
than
on. And
believe we do. We
expand.
just don't. We just don't trust ourselves. That's the problem.
Exactly.
We get the
They
answers.
try
And we go, oh, that
to
must be silly. Or that's just
condition.
nothing. Or I'll just, yeah.
Bright
They
yellow, white.
condition
Awesome.
the
In
doubt
reality,
within
most
our
of those
own
thoughts
mind.
are the truth.
They call it the placebo
That says he
effect
can feel the wind,
to
but he
get
can't
you
see
to
it.
doubt. Right? Don't trust your
Yeah,
intuition.
exactly.
Don't trust
Just
your
like,
gut feeling. Instead, just think that it's a
like the
placebo
Mandela
because
effect.
it's just a material world, that your spiritual conscious existence is nothing and irrelevant. And don't focus on the fact of your eternal existence and God within all of us in your
Don't even ponder
soul.
it, right?
Don't listen to that at all. Don't listen to your higher self. No, just believe that it's a
We all know
freak.
where the truth is burning. Come on. Turn the TV on if you want your truth.
CNN, right?
High vision.
We will give you your box if you want it. We will give you the box to live in.
So
Boundaries
hippie,
included.
just because I saw that message just go by really quick. So with arthritis too, let's make sure that you get your magnesium, right? So mix half and half magnesium and water, and spray that on the arthritis every single day as much as you can, dissolving that calcium and getting it out of the body as well. We don't have to live with this shit.
What was it,
right?
magnesium?
Yeah, but you've already changed the program as well.
This stuff's good.
Oh, is that that's Amanda's one, isn't it? Is that Amanda Volner's one?
No, it's not Amanda. No, it's not Amanda. It's this other dude, who makes all this stuff. JC
Clive
talks
DeCarl,
about
probably.
him. But it's
probably
all
Clive DeCarl.
Yeah, it's all pre-mixed, and you literally just spray it on, and it absorbs really quickly.
Yeah, through the skin.
You can even spray it in your mouth, but it's already mixed, and it's
mixed with water, right? So on it would say like magnesium chloride.
Gosh, can you see?
Ease. I can only read ease. Yeah, which is magnesium. Magnesium sulfate in the bath. Yeah, so your magnesium salts. So what I do here is oh, that's not it. I have a mix always, which is just, this is magnesium chloride. So your magnesium flakes, half salt, half water, mix it up until it dissolves. You've got yourself a spray. If you want to bring it to the next level.
So that works just the same?
Yeah, I mean, that's the cheap ass way of doing it, but then it's still good.
Yeah.
You're still absorbing a lot of it.
Because this stuff, it has to come from America and stuff. I just can't create anything.
But remember that, because magnesium's really important to keep up and keep going, especially with everyone stressing out like all fuck at the moment. So being able to walk into a health shop or whatever, get magnesium bar salts, make sure it's just one ingredient, which is magnesium chloride, right? That's it. And that's if you want to bring it to the next level too, then you can add DMSO to it, and that sort of supercharges this process. Yep. So it helps that magnesium absorb deeper, stronger, more, and the DMSO will get to work as well, clearing the area and all of that as well. But DMSO basically increases the power. For me, it's like one of the most magical things in the world, because it takes what I do and the stuff that I have to a whole nother level, because you can use it with almost anything, minerals, vitamins, whatever, and you'll get more bang for your buck with those stuff as well.
Exactly. It's all about combining it.
I tell you, it's poison, but you can drink it.
This is a Keshi pain pen, they call them, but it's also a plasma capacitor, essentially. And when you're talking about
Oh.
like visualizing that color and that pain and taking it mentally, it's like and energy healing in general is like consciousness healing too. My mom is an energy healer, and I found that these
cool.
pain pens that the Keshi Foundation
Rich.
teaches you how to make, it's very
White
interesting that
crystal or
yeah, I've got
There's
a
a
quartz at
quartz
the
and
end of it, and then
what's the
it's
other one?
3 solenoids
quartz
of copper
and
coils within themselves. 3
they're
of them
solenoids.
nano-coated,
Oh,
and I have
okay,
an
wow,
extra
cool.
one on top of it, uncoated, just for handling it, so I'm not
Nice. So
destroying
it's like a
the
healing wand.
nano coating
Nice. I'm
behind
gonna
it.
make a
Yeah,
wand.
exactly. And yeah, so it is essentially a wand. It's also an actual capacitor in your electromagnetic engineering designs of it. So it is putting out directed electromagnetic waves and fields when you're moving it, especially with having the
Nice.
vibrating quartz at the end of
Awesome.
it. And it's that you go in the
Oh, I'll have to
circles
go.
one way to
So
take the negative energy out, and then the opposite way to put the positive energy in. And that's
Yeah.
always what my mom as an energy
what's the
healer taught. And I found replicating the same with these certain devices that I've made actually has quite a strong effect of it.
Yeah.
And especially
Is
when
it-
I
so
take
have you-
one of
have you
the
double wrapped
coils
it?
and put it behind where it is. Yeah, so it's triple wrapped. And that's so the coil, then the double coil is in the bottom
You've got
screen
two
there, right in
coils,
the
so
center
one
of it
going
there.
left and one going
So you
right.
have well the coil's the
Like, it's
Magrav
like both coils are in
generator.
the same one, or do you have
What you
or do you have
so
one
all
to
three
put in
are
and one
wrapped
to take out?
counterclockwise. They're wrapped counterclockwise always.
Okay, so that's just to
The
zap
Keshi
in, right?
teachings.
Yeah.
Well,
if you did it the other
think
way,
of it
it would suck
think of
stuff
it this
out.
way, though, Campbell. Think of it this way. I've
It
got a
has to do with
coil.
the right hand rule,
Now,
essentially,
if
with energy.
Yeah,
Sorry.
if I run if I run the energy through it this way, right, or if I run the energy through it that way, that's the pulling or the pushing, right? The drawing out or the
okay, so
pushing
that'll
in.
essentially
So the
change it.
spirals.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it just flips, right? Does that make sense?
So yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
And what did you say?
Right-hand
Solenoids
rule.
in the middle.
Well, they're all solenoids. It's 3 solenoids of coils. What?
Which are?
A solenoid is just a copper coil, and when you put electricity, run it through that copper coil wire, it produces the electromagnetic field. That's the definition.
Oh, okay. So the 3 windings are the solenoids.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. So it's 3 solenoids within itself, and then one directly going straight that they're all around, which is directing your main current, your main energy out, with the 3 fields going around it. So you have 3 electromagnetic fields within themselves, and then circulating around your main energy traveling wire or direction and energy flow in it. And
so you're
that's the physics, electrical engineering perspective of the Keshi technology of this nanoplasma devices. And it's crazy because when you go back in history and you look how they used to heal with electricity, and now there's also the stories of like being able to get interdimensional entities through electricity, specific electricity frequencies too. For instance, like it's a brief example is Tesla's Spirit Radio and stuff like that, but then it connecting back into what alternative history community has been bringing forward with all those pictures of like this entities within those like glass domes and within those like magnetic electric battery structures from the early late 1800s, that would essentially be like a plasma being coming through that specific frequency. And before we were broadcasting all of this electromagnetic radio radiation noise everywhere with our modern technology, that it would have been a lot easier to tap into that spiritual electromagnetic realm. And now I remember it was a Leak Project Rex interview from a week or two ago. I think it was titled Spirit Radio, but it was this like some sort of Eastern European old professor guy, awesome individual, but he's looked into spirit, like just talking and connecting to the other side, and then presenting scientific evidence of this connection, and through the electromagnetic fields and wavelengths of actually bringing over physical spiritual entities and plasma, I guess, beings, or what you would call ghosts, I guess, essentially, or materializing them, or all sorts of different next level stuff. I highly recommend checking it out.
Flat Facts
link
just
in
said she's missed that. Can you just repeat that, please? She missed it.
Which part of that giant word sandwich? So that there's specific electromagnetic frequencies that would they used to use to physically bring about manifest ghosts or spirits or higher dimensional entities, and that it would explain those pictures that the alternate history community has been bringing up and showing of, like, either in like the glass tubes, so like the vacuum tubes,
and you see the heads or the whole bodies. They're like
right, and lots of the time there's lots of magnets around it. They have the batteries, and then they have like the coils everywhere, so it's just giant electromagnetic frequencies. And this was before the time that we had all of these wires everywhere going with these crazy amounts of electricity and the spectrums and radiation everywhere. And then the radio waves, the Wi-Fi waves, and all of that, which is breaking it down even more. And that would explain the mass amount more people that are having like psychological breakdowns, saying they're hearing these different interferences or voices, this and that. That would literally be that we used to have a stronger connection, like telepathic sort of ability within the brains, within our consciousnesses, to tap into the spiritual realm, world, and entities, and that we have now just jumbled, blocked it. And it also explains the tinfoil hats and why they've demonized, ridiculed, made it look like you're absolutely insane for wearing that tinfoil hat. But in reality, probably people that were being attacked from that psychological wavelength band would probably get silenced, get that comfort.
What's the suit of armor?
You know the thing,
the suit of armor,
right? And that's why.
Why did they wear suits of armor and stuff, man?
Oh, exactly. And
like we've seen photos of
further column into like the they were probably full electromagnetic suits where they were shooting like bolts and who knows,
Thor and lightning bolts,
and probably going through electromagnetic portals even, right? These plasma portals. And plasma, like the orbs of plasma, they're always entities. They're like either alien or spirit, and a lot of like the Hawaiian tradition shows that it's spirits that come in these orbs a lot of time around the ley lines, the ancient sites. But essentially it's just ball lightning. It's just plasma orbs, which is a spiritual, higher dimensional conscious entity coming through. And it must have been one of these main things why they're not everywhere now. We only see them in the ley lines out in nature in the old spots, is that interference from all that high wavelength or bandwidth radiation in the cities of our current grids and technology systems everywhere. Really, chaos,
confusion.
Exactly.
No, that coherence, like what you're doing with the coils, you're cohering that energy, you're putting it into a coherent form and direction, giving it direction and stuff as well, which is intent. Like we are coils too. I just call I would say the difference between being a static coil or whatever, we are dynamic coils. So if I turn upside down, my coil's staying in the same direction, if that makes sense. So I'm still going to go down, sort of thing. You know, I'm still going to fall down even if I'm on my head. So our coil is dynamic, even though I might turn around or whatever, but it's still that same energy flow. right? So if I wanted to levitate, I'd flip that coil around, right?
He's swearing. And yeah, Bobby actually did a video that she put out today. Bobby in chat.
Is that the inner child?
Your channel, Bobby. Yeah, where she was talking with Joe, and they would, and she was actually saying that oh God, what's that word? She was talking without words that you were just saying. Is coming back.
Telepathy. Yeah.
Telepathy. That one. Yeah. So she was saying that she thinks it's basically just like what Bernie was saying. So, you know, all these things.
It's definitely coming back.
Being in touch with them again, you know.
Stronger and stronger.
I mean,
stronger and stronger. Just make sure you're listening.
Maybe the wands will start working.
Well, that's a wand. That's what I call a wand. Like what Bernie's got there, that's a magic wand. And I've got, like, I call the tuning fork a magic wand. Yeah.
But isn't it funny? I remember we used to make them when I used to do kids camps back in the day, and we used to do what do we call them? Like talking sticks and things. Talking sticks. You know, you have the circle and so you go out and you'd find, you know, sticks and get the kids and they'd debark them and sand them, and you'd have all bits of, you know, crystal and metal and stuff. But all the time they'd end up wrapping copper around them and stuff and making little copper spirals and things in them. Just all the time. And putting crystal, and you're just thinking, I've only just thought of it now, you know, like, is that like a memory from that this is how you make a wand or something?
Yeah, well, think about it too. We do a lot of things that we don't understand yet until later. You know, we go, oh, that's what I was doing there, but I didn't know what I was doing at the time.
Absolutely, right? Like some sort of collective conscious memory or just thing. And like when I first started making these, it was a similar sort of thing. And like I didn't learn what the actual purposes were until I started following Keshi and stuff like that. And exactly like you're saying, Campbell, like you're just instinctually making those copper solenoid or with gold and silver too, any of those conducting metals, that you're making these actual energy generators by making a coil out of it and then attaching a crystal to it, or like the wood to it, the rocks that are naturally vibrating a little bit, or moving it through the electromagnetic field that is the earth as well. All of it's generating that electromagnetic field around you that is then mostly in harmony with yourself, because like you made it, your cells are on it, like it's to your shape, to your existence, your creation. So naturally you're making a healing powered device.
And it's about removing the thought process from it, right? Like just do it. Just do what you feel. Just do what you feels right. Don't think about it, just do it, right?
Exactly.
So you're taking that out of it. It's the same as what you do for remote viewing, right? You want to take that thinking out of it, so because that's what stuffs it up. You just want to see what's there. You don't want to think it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as soon as you start thinking and trying to direct it, then you're no longer. Yeah, that's kind of the trust, like not having the trust, isn't it? It's like, oh, nothing's going to happen, so I better direct it. Oh.
The comment
Callum's
there.
destroying his house.
We have genetic memory from our ancestors. That's scientifically now documented, called epigenetics. And there's a whole
epigenetics. Bruce Lipton is very good on that topic. Basically, that's memory through our physical bodies, isn't it, really? Oh, it's a puppy dog. Puppy dog.
Exactly. Entwined into the physical DNA, the actual cells and DNA of the person and people.
Buddy.
So,
hey, boy.
Hey,
buddy. Hey, buddy. Sit. Oh, he can hear me. What you doing? Buddy. Hello. Lick the camera. Oh.
Whistling. Yeah. He's got to go check outside now. He's got to go check outside to see if it was the whistling.
He's gone into defense mode.
He'll go bark at something outside.
Awesome. How old is he now?
what is it? September 3rd. So what are we? A couple of months now, yeah.
It's about three, almost 4. September, October. Yeah, almost 4 months. Wow.
3 months.
They grow so fast.
Yeah, so quick.
All right.
And his head just popped out, like it just got long. I'm like, oh,
He's got a big bully head, has he?
well, it was a tiny little thing before. It was this tiny little thing, and now, boom, just popped. But he's got like really short legs. He's a sawn off.
Got short legs.
Sawn off dog. They're a little bit longer, but it's still he's going to be like midget leg dog. It's great.
It's sausage bulldog.
He's barking at something.
He's from Hyperborea. He's a Hyperborean dog. He's a pygmy dog.
Mm. Yeah, he's going.
What are we looking at here, Bernie? Are you putting stuff up, or are we? Oh, sorry. Are you there, Bernie? What have you done? We're looking.
Yes,
at
I am. Yes, I am. So, what that picture is some of my copper solenoids that I made, and I would run them on the anode side, and they'd turn into this pink state that Sir Isaac computational state of metals. It is the crystalline state, and literally you can't see it in this picture, but the quality isn't good enough. But when you shine the light onto these pink, it literally reflects like sparkly diamonds off the copper, like in a crystallized form on this.
It's a crystalline, right.
And then beneath the second solenoid here, the coin, that's actually a silver coin that then nano-coated white first, and then also into this pink crystalline state. And I've been able to turn not just copper, but also iron on iron, zinc on zinc, silver on silver, or a bunch of them combined with each other. Every single one I've gotten into these pink states, crystalline states. And according to Isaac Newton, that's when you're able to transmutate them into these other metals. I forgot the connecting.
Is that essentially also how they powder coat?
Sorry?
Is that the same science as powder coating, essentially?
Electroplating
is that kind of
is a little bit different. Electroplating is when one portion of your anode comes off and then coats
negative and positive,
either the cathode or the entire whatever you have in the solution, the electrolysis.
Or you just turn the thing into the cathode, don't you?
So exactly, and I'll actually hold up.
Don't they do
camera
what's powder coating? Don't they do paint? Don't they do paint where they do the same thing and it sort of it attracts
static electricity. It attracts essentially building a charge around something and then the powder connecting to it, and then solidifying into the thing. But it's pretty almost identical actually in nature to the coating of electrolysis. It's just in air instead of in liquid, but it's the exact same nano principles and nano technology processes.
So look at the planets and stuff as well. Yeah, look at the planets like the sun and the moon being an anode.
So
exactly. So if the sun is an anode and the moon is a cathode, right? And you can see in all of Bernie's jars when he gets this electrolysis going, at the bottom we always get a build up. See the bottom of that jar? You got this build up of mud. Would that be mud? Is this what the mud flood is?
Right? It's nanoparticles. It's your solid plasma particles too, though. And that's what we're just learning. So in this glass, you can see the gold electroplated the outside of it. As I turn it, like that gold around it. That was physical monoatomic gold that then formed nano crystallization and solidified as a single crystal nano layer in the what is known as electroplating. It's electrolysis, but this was it was not connected to live electricity. This is long after it was disconnected that it changed from the white monoatomic bottom plasma gold back into a solidified nanocrystal layer of gold that then coated the solid inside of the jar. And then you can still see the bottom. It now turned purple and pink, where it used to be a single white fluffy layer of plasma monoatomic. It's now like tri, di, and probably octa and I can't even say the prefixes, but the different numbers of connected particles in the crystallization chain of the solid gold metal material as it connects from a plasma or monoatomic quantum state back into the crystallized physical state. But the key aspect is the nano. When it's remaining in the single nano layer, that's still a monoatomic or plasma active layer. And that's what getting their superconducting technologies these days of your like carbon nanotubes and all of that stuff. The over unity, it's because it's these single layers, which is your monoatomic layers, which is a plasma layered plasma dimension connected, because the quantum locking, like they explain now, so instead of the atoms being connected to themselves, it's when it's plasma, it's monoatomic, thus you're able to take that mono one and then connect it to quantum lock it with whatever you want in the universe, sort of thing. And that's the plasma and the nano and your over unity higher dimensional technologies. And this is where the ancients and the alchemists really, really far surpassed the current understanding of our modern society. And this also explains the geopolymers of the ancient buildings and the megalithics, and how they would have been able to mix down just through simple salt water, a little bit of electricity, and the right frequencies, these super concretes and everything else in that nanotechnology. And for instance, that quote unquote Roman chalice that it has gold in it, and you look at it through one wave, or I think in the dark or something, or one angle, it's like red, and then you look at it through another, it's green, another one it's purple, and another one it's pure gold or whatnot, and the entire chalice glows. And they're like, oh, the Romans knew nanotechnology and all of this. We just discovered it before we thought it was magic. And it's like, yeah, they literally, it's much, much higher energy complexity technology that is like interwound with the structure of the universe and of nature, and how the universal energy and just creation works. And yeah, it's the nano.
I just want to say hello to Cool Guitar Gear guy. If you haven't seen his channel, go check it out. He's got some really good stuff. And there's something going on in the chat. So if you've got a wrench, guys, if people are swearing, block them. Okay, that will get my channel. That will get my channel cut.
Absolutely.
Okay, if you don't understand that, you're not allowed in the chat. There's no swearing allowed. You know the other words that are not allowed to be used. Okay, if you don't know them, bad luck. Anyone using these words, guys, immediately
or
block
derogatory,
them, okay? Because seriously,
or
they're taking down channels for this. Okay, people who are idiots, we don't want them in here. I've been looking at that guy, whoever he was. I let him go for a while, and then I block him. Guys, jump in quicker. If you've got a wrench, it's your job to keep this clean. We are all for free speech, right? These people don't understand that this is all about contributing, and exactly, it's not about censorship. This is about,
it's about.
If you're going to
we
try
also
and come
go
in
live on the other
over
platforms that everybody can be the biggest idiot they want to, and it's not an issue. It's that you have to respect the platform you're on, and it's people's livelihoods.
It's taken a long time to build this channel, and I'm not going to lose it because some idiot decides decides to come on and troll and say stupid crap. So
Yeah.
if you see them,
Which
guys,
is wrong, right?
get rid of them.
That's
as soon as
wrong.
they pop
That's
their head up again,
YouTube's-
do them again until they go
YouTube's stuffing
away.
it up.
All right.
Yeah, YouTube's stuffing it up.
Yeah,
So
this
we
is
just
the
have
thing,
to
and
do
we don't
these
know.
things.
We don't even know if they're people, if they're trolls, if they're bots. We just don't know. So just get rid of them. It's if anyone alive in the realm of Earth at the moment does not understand the situation, I don't know how they found themselves here. Right, they got to go away somewhere. Right, they're part of the problem. That's what I want to say. So thank you, mods. Yes, do a good job. How many have we got in there, by the way? I don't even. Let me have.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah, Jolly Buddy Cullens jumped out.
I'm reading sometimes.
Yeah. Few in here.
Yeah, we got Bane, we got Flat Fact, we got B.
I'll keep an eye out and we'll make a few more mods. But yeah, thank you to all the mods. And
hey, William.
Just this is the thing. We don't want to cut people. We all want to give people a chance. But at this point, if they use certain words, there's no. That's it straight away. Yeah. And just watch them. If you can tell if people are getting more and more stupid and trollish, just cut them. All right, cut them 3 times and they'll get bored and they'll go away and try and annoy someone else. But this is exactly what happened to Bernie, and Bernie now has no channel. They deleted his whole channel. All right, so
I have no following. I still got Crypto Alchemist, so link.
Oh yeah, actually, it's if you go there, you just get this very rude message.
Yeah, my main channel, and they still haven't even
we're all here for a
replied
good time,
to me.
guys. We're all here to support each other. You know, it's all about support. Everyone's welcome. Everyone's point of view is welcome. But if someone thinks that they can take over the conversation, they're not welcome. They go. Unless it's me, of course, because my my bloody channel.
Yeah,
exactly. And then we regret it.
So and the chat's always pretty good. I'm always really amazed at how there's hardly any trolls ever. It's fantastic. It's a matter of keeping that vibration, guys, so that trolls don't show up. It's just
for the
wrong
amount
vibration.
Of people and comments we get. It's amazing that we get so little. But yeah, with being high vibe, we attract those things. So we've just got to keep the eye out.
It was only a matter of time.
Their way in.
Yeah, there's a percentage.
At least we're not getting any of those sex ones. Did you see the last one? And then we're just getting bombed by bloody go and check out these sex video things. And it was like, what?
Yeah.
And bad male, female. Facebook, if you're listening, that's not a bad word.
The one you're talking about, Campbell, that troll system, and like it's a bot system, I'm pretty sure that's set up because they have so many, and like how that, but it's how that name that's so explicit with the algorithms, how it's able to like keep going, what blows my mind. And it's like it's that I've seen that same one literally for over a year, constantly popping up in all the bigger crypto channel streams that I'm moderating on, and I'm constantly having to block that same one on all of there. And it's like I was surprised, and it was only a matter of time before they found this community and started doing it. But it's that, like, how is that?
Because you can do them for
allowed?
Different. Yeah, you can do them for different stuff. And after the first few, when they kept coming back, every single one, I just did child exploitation.
Yeah.
And
report. You got to report them. You can't really
possibly do. If you report it though on your channel, I think it counts as a strike against your own channel, and that might have been what happened to mine too. Is that people could have been reporting that, trying to help, and that could have been what removed it. Who knows? But the fact that it's been 3 weeks and they haven't replied to me, I don't know. At this point, I just.
I mean, I got Kel's Facebook group got a strike because of a comment of someone, I don't even know who it is, commented on the post, and so they struck the page, got a strike, not the person commenting. It's just insanity. So ultimately we're going to have to get off YouTube. That's the deal. We're going to ultimately have to get off.
We're never going to get off of it, but what we're going to start doing is having to switch half the way through, and we have to set up where we're multi-streaming, where we start at all of them, and then halfway through stop the YouTube and continue on the other
dump
ones.
YouTube. Exactly. There's a new
But-
one too, but it costs money. I had a look at it. JP Sears was talking about it, and it's all based on crypto and stuff, and it's completely encrypted.
Was it Rockfin or a different one?
No. It's a new one. It's what was it, Titan or something, or it's under the JP Sears latest video. I should use Odysee and UgTube. I've got Odysee. I've got Odysee.
That's what I need to set up.
I've got Bitchute too, but Bitchute. See, now Bitchute used to upload on it, and half the videos wouldn't upload. They'd upload for an hour, and then they'd go, "Oh, I can't find the video." Now it's got a size file restriction on it. So every time I go to upload a video, it's like, "Oh, this file's too big." And I'm like, I don't think I'm going to go around and spend half an hour reducing this file and all that crap just to get it on BitChute. Yeah. I'm going somewhere else. They can. They're the first. They were supposed to be the first alternative, right? They should be the leader. They should have the most money. They should have the most innovation. Here's the thing, though, is
they were massively attacked. Though they were massively attacked by either the NSA or some other alphabet agency when they first came out. That literally, and I experienced this with my own accounts that I created on there, that when you would click to log in, it would bring up to a false site that wouldn't load, and it literally deterred and screwed over like 3/4 of the people, especially over in North America and the States, that when trying to access it and load it, you had to literally get a VPN, which I still desperately need to get going again to get in, because it blocked all Americans from this Texas American streaming service and host site, which should be illegal. But then again, another thing, sorry for the politics, but whether you agree with his policies or not, the fact that they were calling the former orange-haired president a tyrant and a dictator, yet that were able to censor and eradicate, remove, terminate his social media accounts, just shows how little actual control that anybody, whether they're good or bad, but an independent that's trying to go against the swamp itself, it has no power whatsoever. And they will claim that you are the exact opposite that you are, in the sense that he was a dictator, yet he couldn't even dictate his own presence on social media, which they terminated all of and completely censored him for. That's the only thing I'm bringing up in regards to it. But it's like just crazy.
If someone's running around like pointing at everyone, going, they're a P-file or they're a cross-dresser, pretty much I'd say 90% of the time the person pointing is the P-file or cross-dresser. This is what they do. They know they're sickos, and they run around trying to tell us that we're them. You see it all the time.
That's the technique. Yeah. You just do it. It's crazy. You're racist.
It's unbelievable. I mean, have you seen what's going on with bloody Alec Baldwin? He's just a psychopath. He's like,
I actually met him in person.
He just doesn't care.
In Banff.
Like, I don't know what happened, but I can tell you one thing: it's not my fault. It's like, Alec.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
You were holding the gun. You pulled the trigger, and you were the producer, which means you were actually in charge of the firearm policy on the set. How could it not be your fault?
Unless he was completely set up playing devil's advocate, but he's a complete asshole and douchebag from everything except for my own personal experience with him, where he was extremely nice guy, but I didn't ask him for a picture, and I actually bought him a drink at the time in Banff. I met him at Sunshine Ski Resort, and I actually had a great 15-minute conversation with him. He was the nicest guy ever, but like you could tell it was because I treated him like a human, unlike where they're used to the paparazzi and all that, where I could not even imagine it. And apparently you end up like shivering in a corner and razoring your entire head and hair off. So, it's like I have to at least hold the hope of devil's advocate that maybe he was set up. Same time. I've also seen the videos where he like punches people and like drives his car at them, and it could have been like the perfect Dick
You know,
Cheney moment where I'm going to
they
take someone out to the woods, shoot them, and claim it was an accident. You know, like
yeah, they found a dead woman in his office. He never got charged for
didn't
it.
know about that.
It's all coming
Seriously,
out now.
yeah, and he, again, it was like, oh, she fell over and hit her head on the side of on my desk. And he didn't report that. She got literally someone found her in there.
Hollywood family member that like they're straight satanic.
It wasn't me. It was the desk.
Not
it was
actual.
The desk that killed her. I just had hold of her head and I was slamming it into it. It was the desk, though.
Desk's fault. It wasn't my fault. It's someone's fault. It's
my fault.
Either the desk or the chair. Someone's fault.
If my name wasn't Alex Baldwin, it might be my fault. But...
I saw a good meme though. What was it like? Alec Baldwin's killed more people than the moronic.
Right?
Yeah, he probably has.
That was a good
Who knows
meme.
what's going to come out in the next year? It's like all this stuff.
It'll be full on.
We don't. It's just so much.
It'll be full on, but remember,
psychos, man, they're probably all...
I pray.
Remember to be
inevitable.
In the eye of the storm. Just remember to be in the eye of the storm. Things will get worse before they get better, but let's not make them worse for you.
You know, exactly.
Get worse for
what's going on in your own life, not the chaos around, and making sure that you don't fall for burning down your own local town, because when you wake up in the morning, it's a heck of a hangover when you can't get your Wendy's and you can't get a bed and you can't get anything because you destroyed it all. You know, like... You have to use the system to change the system. You don't want to bomb yourself back to the Stone Age, and don't bomb other humans back to the Stone Age. We can all be stoned and highly technological at once. It's great. Just don't be evil.
There's better ways to get stoned. It's like, when are people going to realize that it's got nothing to do with, age, color, creed, race, religion, whatever other division you can put in there. It's basically us against pedos, us against Satanists. I mean, that's it. That's it. And if people don't see that,
And honest to God, Campbell, one of the first reasons I knew that the Keshe Foundation was legitimate, and this also for like the average person that has no idea about everything going on in the alternate world of reality and just listen to the television. But Keshe and many members of the Keshe Foundation, since I first started following and being involved with them 10 years ago, to this day, he constantly will do like at least a half-hour talk about like how bad the pedos are, how they've been like targeting certain people. And like, if you listen to his disclosure videos talking about his own personal experiences, how they came out of Denmark, how they were targeting, how they infiltrated the Keshe Foundation at the beginning, and like all sorts of this craziness.
Sure.
Then they were able to publicly dox a couple of them that had entered into their foundation and organization, and then like tried abducting some of the kids of other members in there. So then they went forward with it to the actual FBI, and then they documented how these people were agents from Denmark that then were like flew back there and were protected from it. And when you look deeper into the free energy history, that a lot of the people that mysteriously died were approached by or had some sort of new affiliation with that specific place. And I won't go too much more into that either, because this is all make believe and just entertainment purposes right here. But it's very
always with free energy too.
Exactly.
Salty Scott. Whee! Welcome.
But yes, let's go to more positive
dude?
things. It's all about projection. And it's a new year and new great things coming.
It is, exactly. And that's where we need to live, like live a minute in the future. Right? Live in the future and create, then you can create what your present is, can't you? If you kind of live
you're bringing that to the now.
Few steps ahead. Yeah, you're bringing it in.
But
did you see that?
But how does it
JC
feel?
and
How does it
Mark
feel
did
to
that
live?
interview?
Sorry, which
Did you
interview?
see JC and Mark Atwood? They did like a bit. I think it was like a 12-hour stream, and they did an hour or something. And they spent the whole time.
In
They're going,
Copycats
we're
and
going to live in the future.
amateurs. Where's the 48 hours?
Exactly, the whole hour they're going, do you remember how crazy it was a few years ago when all those idiots wearing masks? Aren't we so lucky now? We're out in the land, we're creating. And they spent the whole hour just talking like that. It was really, really cool. And that's, we should all do it a bit more probably.
But remember that feeling.
Exactly. I'm just going to get a coffee.
What is
so good?
Yeah, top up. What is that feeling like when I'm visualizing this, whatever? What is that state I'm in? And that's what you remain. That's bringing it to the now. It's just the feeling. It's that whatever it is, you wrap it up into one whole state of your body and feel it. And then stay in that state. Just keep feeling it. And that is bringing it to the now. That is living it. And remember what I said before, though, about removing programs. So you still need to remove anything that would cause resistance to it, to that manifestation. So you have things to work at and look at and think about, which is removing that resistance, removing the programs that stop you from what you want. Or stop you from where you're going, right? Where you know you need to go, where you know you are going. What helps me along this path? It's about removing stuff until the statue's there, That template comes back out again. Oh, what are we looking at? Oh.
Sorry, coincidentally, the topic that can't be talked about comes up when I'm trying to share the Keshe Foundation page. I was trying to, there's some questions asking for the link. I did post the link in there. But cool. If you are suffering or if not health advice and doing at your own risk, but I've been doing this process 4 years and have been going even further than what the Keshe Foundation talks about and gives you the instructions how to do on that website for making what he calls the cup of life and the cup of man and whatnot, but essentially is just making your own monoatomic plasma charging copper, zinc, gold, silver material, and then turning that into drinkable colloidal waters of those same plasma elements, which then through its teaching, he explains that it's just charging your full plasmatic field within your body, thus your energy field, and prevents these other energy diseases and cells and whatnot to come in and attack you. Thus, your the highest possible natural defenses and immune system through these colloidal.
Yeah. Which is an environment. You're creating an environment where parasites, etc., can't live. Dark entities can't live, can't go there. That's your protection. The work and raising your vibration, that is your protection. Creating that solid coherence of energy that nothing can penetrate.
Exactly. You're bang on.
Chaos can't penetrate that,
And it's the same thing with consciousness. And if you're going into out-of-body experiences or stuff like that and encountering other possible entities or consciousnesses or anything like that, or just the day-to-day life on your projection of positivity and good and accomplishing, that the stronger your field and what you're believing, what you're doing, what you're thinking, what you're creating is going to be that outcome. And the less that will be able to affect it and break your field and penetrate in your defenses or your life or your foundation.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm working something out for the chat. Sorry, mate. Just someone said my channel's
I mute myself.
18 plus or something. Uh-oh.
What? Oh,
I think my channel's 18 plus.
Okay. Yeah, do you want to post the link, Callum? There's been a few requests.
I
for
did.
that.
I'll throw one in.
Awesome.
I'll change that so it's not 18 plus, I guess.
Yeah, no doubt. That's a bit of
I don't know why I did. I think I just did that.
misunderstanding in these days and times. The easily a snowflake can be offended by. What do you mean 18 plus? That
That's right. Yeah. I have to find the settings and all of that though. So I'll do it after the stream, but I'll turn it back to for everybody.
I'm just going to bring up one of Mike from Faraday Research's latest videos on some of his work here, and I'll just share a little bit of that while we wait for Cambell's return, because he has been making some amazing advancements and developments. And he also just reached 1,000.
Hey, congratulations. The big 1K.
It is. It's a big one. I promised him I'd help him get there before Christmas, and by golly, we made sure it happened.
Of course. Oh, cool. I'll still change it to not 18 or whatever. I think I just did that standard just so I thought, because they were doing this whole kid thing, right? And I'm thinking, oh, they're probably doing that on, to take people down as well. If they put up, oh, that's child content or whatever. So it's an easy reason to take it down, I guess. Not that I do anything, for kid content or anything like that. It's just for everyone, I guess. I think it was just a protection, but I don't think it's necessary. You got the audio there?
How is the audio really low? I'm trying to figure out how to turn it up. Oops.
Yeah, it's just a bit low.
Come on.
In a matter of about 5 minutes, not even. About 3 minutes, now this thing is actually working. It's charged, which is 70 variants.
Is this decent?
This is freaking unreal.
Still pretty low.
So, looks like
yeah, frick. I don't know if I can increase it.
He's banking up capacitors in series there by the look of it. I think they're in series. Yep. Capacitors kind of act like a bit of a conditioner as well, like a power conditioner, where it can smooth it out to smooth out that power flow. I took guitar lessons for 5 years, William, but I wouldn't be able to play anything to you, right? And I don't have a guitar or anything. I do play a little bit of didgeridoo, freestyle, but
I want to see some air guitar, Callum. I don't think not having a guitar is a good enough excuse.
I'm good at air guitar. Champion.
Can you remember they used to actually have air guitar championships?
Yeah.
Seriously.
That was the thing. That was the thing.
What?
What?
Imagine that. Imagine thinking
air drums. Air drums is cool.
I'm going to go for the air guitar championship. I'm not going to go learn the guitar. I'm just going to spend my time learning the air guitar.
You've got to learn
God.
mining.
Has anyone been
so,
following?
and that's difficult. Mining is
miming. Yeah, well, it's miming with your
miming.
fingers.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Finger miming. And you've got to do
What's
the,
he got
you've got to feel it, feel the guitar that's not there. You know,
it's hard. It's harder than playing guitar.
Got to feel the emotion. It is. It's actually, maybe that's why they go for it. They're the super guitarists. They have transcended the guitar.
I had a mate who has a guitar. You know, he's got a guitar in his house or whatever, but he knows one tiny little piece of one song, right? And so he'll pick the guitar. You know, if someone asks him, "Oh, you play guitar or something?" "Oh, you know, a little bit, you know." Just so he does that for women.
Does he play that one little bit really, really well?
God.
And people are like, "Whoa!"
Not really,
yeah,
but
yeah.
not
That's
really,
enough
but
for tonight.
you know, it's quite quick and fancy, you know. So he probably fools a few people with that.
He should just like go, yeah, but I play metal, and he should just like hit a string and then just start smashing it into the ground. That's how we play guitar.
Yeah. I don't know. What are you saying?
Oh my God. My nephew
I
does
just coughed.
screamo.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh, it's.
I don't get it.
He's got
However, I
these
do
videos up, but it's
heavy-
just like.
I've done quite a
I
few
can't
heavy
do
metal
it.
festivals.
I start
and stuff.
choking.
Mm.
I can't do the screamo at all. Like it makes my throat feel like it twists, and I just start going, just bloody choking.
It
Just can't
is
do it.
really hard on the singers that do that. It is extremely hard on
imagine.
their vocal
I can
cords and stuff.
imagine.
Yeah. They really have to
What
do a
about,
lot of work to do that, to keep doing that. They really have to expand their dynamic range and do a lot of exercises to maintain that.
I know. What
Very
about Jimmy
difficult.
Barnes, man. God, how does he do that? And Brian Johnson, man, that dude's like 70 or something, and he's just like, how does he do it?
Shitload of cigarettes. That's one way of doing it. Which is actually people do that. People do that on purpose too, to get that character.
I
in their
know.
voice.
That girl from
That's right.
Transvision Vamp. Remember Transvision Vamp? Wow.
No,
Baby,
but
I don't care. They were like a pop band, but they sort of tried to put them as a rock band. But yeah, she came out and said, "Oh yeah, I
Fusion.
smoke so that I get a husky voice."
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. It's like at the start, it's like this big rah, this sort of guitar like that, and then he just starts getting. Then he just suddenly it's a pop song. It's like I don't
What's that?
care. It's like what happened?
I see
You tricked me.
skies of blue, red roses too. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
But it's putting it
That'd
on.
be the eyes, right?
Oh,
Yeah, do you know what I saw yesterday? I saw a picture of Stevie Wonder taking a photo of Michael Jackson.
Ah,
Yeah,
right.
There's a few
Looking
weird
through it.
photos of Stevie around. Yeah, literally looking through it, and you can tell like the difference between someone holding something in front of their face and actually looking through a lens.
Did you just aim that? Yeah.
And the other thing, he wears a watch. He wears a watch. It could be for jewelry, but he wears a watch.
How obvious can you be? Yeah, it's a Braille one. Yeah, sure.
I know, right? yeah.
How many are there too? It's just complete. But a lot of people do that on purpose. They're making a character too.
Well,
and so you can actually do.
Exactly.
So they make a character, but then they become that character basically because everyone thinks that's who they are. But it happens way more than you think.
Little Stevie Wonder, when he got famous when he was like 15 or 16, like little Stevie Wonder. So you can imagine if he was little blind Stevie Wonder, he's much more wondrous, right? He's much more of a hit. It's like, whoa,
Yeah, absolutely.
he can't even see. Look at him play the piano. Wow. And he's
Very
just sitting there going, ha, ha, ha. They're just really dark glasses.
Catch that mic stand that's falling over.
What a
Sorry.
world we live
Yep.
in. Nat King Cole used to smoke a pack prior to recording in the studio. There you go.
There you go.
Nat King Cole, and of course, his
Probably a bottle
daughter,
of
what
whiskey
was
as
her
well.
name? Emily Cole, Natalie Cole, Nat and Natalie. That's right. She did a duet with her dead father.
Mhm.
Remember that? He was a hologram, bit like
That's right.
bye Biden. Can I say that? You can actually feel the time after a while. Oh, I think all musicians feel time. I mean, I suppose everyone does, but you have to feel time if you're a
Tempo.
musician. It's timing, right? You
Yeah.
have to, like,
Tempo.
yeah,
Yeah.
tempo. It's like
That's
numbers,
kind of-
you know? You sit there and it's like boom. How do you know when that exact time is, right? Like, it's weird when you think about it, right? Every time
Yeah.
it's like,
And it does change. People really like changing the time in a song, like changing it from this to that to this to that a lot more.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
So it's
You guys are speaking my language right now. That's going to be a major topic on the Science of Sound podcast episodes that we're going to be doing too. And it's something I've put a lot of conscious thought and debate into over the years, having to do with that. What's the rhythm, the beat, like that connects in, that is the, I guess, it's the resonance, what creates the resonance, the tempo of it. And then also that conscious soul connection when you have the human voice, the topic, the hook, the actual hearing and relating to a human voice within it, that then is going to resonate on another level with your consciousness. And then the instinctual or tribalistic sort of like rhythm to the beating of like the drum, the music, the instruments in it, and then the octave scale of sound resonance, and then how that also incorporates into it. And then I've been talking to lots of my artist, producer, sound engineer friends lately about this as well, and they will have been scheduling them they'll be coming on this podcast with us to talk about it and share their experiences in their both interpretations, experience, understandings of it, and how they make music and how it relates to their own creative sides of it.
Exactly. And I used to also wonder, Mountain Cat, Nat King Cole, right? It was so similar to old King Cole. I was just like, hang on, what's going on here? Like, are they playing games again? Nat King Cole was a merry old soul, and he smoked a packet of cigarettes before he recorded a song. That's the new fairy tale. But yes.
Was that someone was saying they were a retired drummer? Who was that?
What was I going to say? I think most drummers are pretty tired.
Retired. So that means tired again. So really, really tired.
Yeah.
I used to zone in. Yeah, that's Sonny. I used to zone into the music and wasn't really aware of the actual time. Only the vibe I was in during each song. That's fantastic. That's awesome. You know, because you're in it.
I mean, you see it as well, you know, with guitarists and drummers, and it's there is no time, right? It's bizarre. You're in this thing. I think all instruments do it, don't they? Yeah. You know, which is frequency, the zone. Yeah, get in the zone. It's
that's kind of the lesson too, because you're combining it all, aren't you? Really, like music is emotion, feeling.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
So it's reconnecting that as movement. Well. That's why, like at some point, when I worked out all the fucking, all the Hollywood and all this stuff, when the manipulation and the influence in the music. So I basically went, No more lyrics. I'm just going to go back to instrumental music until I can analyze this. It's the same as like watching a movie. I analyze the movie completely. You know, if I want to go and let myself go into the movie and enjoy the movie, I actually have to watch it and analyze it first and then allow myself to let go into it. I've kind of protected myself.
That's
Same
why
as
I'm
with
not a movie
sound.
I'm not a movie person because I just
You don't
I
you don't want to let
analyze
yourself.
them. I
Yeah,
could never work out how people got into them. I'd be sitting there going, that doesn't make sense. And before he did that doesn't match up. And they're just like completely in it. Like, and I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah. When you keep getting knocked out too, because there's an illogic happening, and you're like, hey, that doesn't work. What do you just snap out of it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But that's the thing. If you don't
really
snap
when
out
I go
of
and
it,
see a movie that everyone goes, this is awesome. You know, like, oh, this is awesome. It's it's like a thriller type thing, or something that's a good story. And I go, okay, and I watch it, and I just see like, these mistakes in it, and I'm just like, dudes, you couldn't get that right. Come on, it's so annoying to me. So yeah, I'm not into movies. Though I did watch the big, what's it called? The Big Stop. The Big Stop. Big Stop. Yeah, Short. The Big Short. Oh. Big Short, about the 2008 crash and the housing market bubble.
Right.
It's a really cool movie. It's got Brad Pitt in it, and who's that comedian? He's actually normally bad, but he's really good in this movie. But yeah, that was good. That just shows you about how they all, what?
There's an Australian in that one as well.
No, this
I'm thinking of a different one.
Yeah, one of the I think one of the traders is Steve Carell. Is that his name? That comedian, and he's in it, but he's this real stressed out stockbroker. Like he's kind of funny.
I'd enjoy it. I'd probably enjoy
it. In it, and even it's a good movie. Even Brad Pitt acts well. It's like, okay, these people can actually act when they get into the right script, I guess. But
I guess it's the right role. It's the right role. Yeah. It's like there are some really awesome actors that you put them in any role, they're fantastic. So, like John Turturro, put him in any role, but he's that character actor that can really change himself for each role.
Who's John Turturro?
John Turturro. Jesus in Big Lebowski. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? He's in that too, the skinny guy.
There's a Jesus in the Big Lebowski?
Yeah, nobody messes with the Jesus. He's got the pink, the purple.
Sam Neill. Sam Neill's not
get up
bad.
and he's bowling. Yeah.
Oh, and he does all the dancing and stuff. Yeah.
And he's got the hair.
And he wears, okay.
And he's a pederast.
He's got the velvet suit on.
He spent 6 months in Chino for exposing himself to an 8-year-old. 8-year-olds do.
He did.
That was in that's a line from the movie.
Okay, not in reality. Okay, good.
that's the character he plays, though. This really weird, creepy character, but he does a really good job. He does a really good job.
He does. He's like one of those, like,
psycho. But it's one of it's like one of those things. He's always doing like,
but then he wants to rip your head off.
Yeah.
Sort of camp, like an aggressive camp.
Hilarious. There's contrast in his character. Like it's done really well, but in everything he does. But it's someone that you won't really notice that well because it is so well. It's not a main character or this or that, but it's a very interesting character.
Yeah.
But he can really change his appearance, sort of. Yeah. Yeah, Kevin. Well, yeah.
Not that he's a pretty good actor, but he's
Kevin
interesting because his first role, he was a lead actor, and I don't think he's had that many lead roles since. He's literally he's the side dude in all, but he always gets these good parts, but they're just small, you know. But he's in all these and everyone knows him, right? But he's not a lead. He's not a lead man anymore. And talking about lead
it's
man,
like some of these ones
Tom Cruise. Have you seen
where they're written for them, right? Where they're just kind of the character that they've set up now, and everything's kind of written for that character now.
Yeah.
So they're basically playing that same character.
Like, like Steven Seagal for an extreme example, but there's some people. And
there you go. You know, he just produces all his own stuff. Though.
I'm embarrassed. I used to watch some of his movies because the first couple, like, he actually did martial arts. You know, and it was like pretty cool, and it was different. He was doing like Aikido and stuff,
taught,
which wasn't the norm.
Yeah, but he taught that
so quickly.
He taught that
it just went into guns. Yeah, but he's actually pretty shit. When you actually watch footage of him, he's not that good. He's actually pretty crap.
No, but he thinks he is.
There's footage of him there's a footage at an event, and he's got like 4 dudes, and he's walking up and going, ugh, and they're like doing somersault, and it's so obvious that it's just choreographed.
Yeah.
No, like he's just walking up going, ugh, and they're just like going, whoa, flying off into the air. And it's just like, dude, you as well. At least Van Damme, you know, at least he was real. He could fight for real. So I like Van Damme. That's why I could actually.
Well, okay, there you go. So Van Damme versus. Van
Damme would kick the crap out of Steven Seagal. Oh, bloody oath.
And then
I think he says
now Jake Paul wants to fight. Jake Paul wants to fight Mike Tyson.
Oh,
my goodness!
You know Jake Paul, and he thought he had a fight with that boxer. He's a YouTuber.
Right, you're telling me
and he got up and he got a fight
organized Mayweather.
With, what's that undefeated dude?
Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah,
Mayweather.
You're saying, and he thought, and he thought it was a boxing match, obviously, and it was just a complete stage because Floyd Mayweather could have just beaten the crap out of him. And he's like, I think I can beat Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson made this video going, oh, Jake Paul thinks he can beat me because I'm an old man, and then he just showed him training. And holy crap, man. Mike Tyson, I don't know how old he is, but like that dude is so fast. And if he could hit you with anything, he'd like punch a hole through your head.
Or bite your head off.
He's still massive. You watch him.
Nose. Any limb.
Yeah, at least take some of your ear. I'm taking this for a
documented history, not slander.
A souvenir. That's my Tyson joke.
My goodness. Or OJ, who got free and then got arrested breaking into and stealing from a museum his own memorabilia back. Like, there are some crazies out there.
That was he must have just lost his mind. I don't know what.
Yeah.
He must have been
just straight
something.
Psychopath. That one. A comment up right now about Arnie, but Stallone is still cool. Van Damme was an original that stayed legitimate throughout, but I think it was his French, nationality and culture that kept him more genuine, I think. But then that's the thing: the ones the real actors that remain truthful and real, they got cut from all the good roles, and then we're like, you only see them in the C or D movies. Like Danny Glover, for instance, and a couple. Who was always with him? Man, can't even think of it now.
Well, there was Mel Gibson and Danny Glover.
Wasn't it? That's Mel another Gibson. One. Yeah, Mel Gibson, exactly.
Yeah.
But no.
Well, Mel Gibson's been speaking out on a lot of things at the moment, like Vatican and what.
Brothers, the older guy.
I know, right?
Anywho, guy. But yes, absolutely, all of them. Anyone that was somewhat legitimate.
That's right. Like, but martial artists got away with it a bit more because all their filming was not in Hollywood. You know, all them. I mean, they'd be lucky to get a Hollywood movie kind of thing, but they could make money in Asia and
And I'd also
Jackie Chan, he's
speculate
Jackie
that
Chan, man. Jackie Chan,
the martial arts are also
He's the
in
real
tune with
deal.
the spirituality and consciousness a lot more too, right? So they just speak of that universal energy as part of the training, so it just comes with the territory regardless. So
Yeah, and they tend to stay look better and in shape a lot longer too, don't they? Than I guess they're athletes than boxers and stuff. And how's wrestlers? Like seriously, wrestlers wrestle for 10 years or something, and they got all muscle and they stop, and within 2 years they're just these huge fat dudes. Have you noticed
I
that?
have
It's like I
years
think
of
Hulk Hogan
personal
hasn't done it.
experience with
There's
that.
literally a couple that haven't. And gosh,
And
bloody
I'm
wrestling.
going to eat now.
I've grown up with the Hearts. Like I spent my whole life literally about 2 blocks away from the Hart Mansion, the Dynasty Hart Wrestlers, and my mom worked with the original Hart. Wow, it's a sin that
What
I
were they
can't think of
called?
his name off the top of my head. Was it Smith? No, that was one of his sons.
Yeah,
and then
there was a come of them.
But I've met Brett several times. I went a couple times before he died. The original Grandpa wrestler Hart, Stu Hart. There we go. Stu was the original grandfather Hart, and he was the one that started Stampede Wrestling and then went into WWF and whatnot.
That old dude who was wrestling like when he was like 60 and he had like full on grey hair?
Yeah, he was the father. Well, he's the father, Hart, and then gave
I remember him.
Bret Hart and Owen Hart were his sons, and the British Bulldog and Jim the Neidhart Anvil both married into the family with two of his daughters, and Jim Neidhart became a really good friend of mine for several years after Owen and the Bulldog had just died. And I'm also good friends with lots of the grandchildren as well. But they're not going to speak too much that defamation, but they definitely suffered a toll for what they had to go through, and hearing their stories of the transition from when it was real physical competition to when it switched over and they had to start throwing these matches and taking these losses, and it turned into this choreographed, staged show as opposed to the actual sport of the competition, just destroyed so many of them. And then they lived a life like rock stars too. That they partied like rock stars. A lot of them because of what they had to take to keep up the physical physique. It messed with their hormones a lot, so they had like the rage issue sometimes, the red lines that. Sorry, got it.
Well, they've all been on roids. Arnie and Sly were both on roids as well.
A lot of actors are.
If you're a martial artist, you don't want to be into roids, do you? Because you don't necessarily, being big doesn't help in martial arts.
Well, not if you're competing, they do, but you might get caught, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to acting...
to a certain point, once you start getting buff,
But how do you think people
you're not
go
as light,
from
you're not as quick, you're not as...
How do you think people go from being like extremely skinny in one film and then buffer in the next film? And stuff like
exactly. And it's also not even talked about the conditions of like anorexia and the pressures on female actresses or athletes. And then also I've spent a lot of time in the MMA community, and for professional fighters to have to drop weight and make weight classes and cuts before fights and everything, and then the abuse, the physical damage to their bodies and whatnot. It's crazy. One of my best friends, Campbell, you met Keith on a stream with me a few months ago. He was drunk. He's good that time, but He's gonna come
Oh
on.
yeah,
help
yeah,
us get
yeah,
some
yeah.
video
I
editing.
remember him.
But
Yeah.
he's
John
actually
Keith, I
a
call him.
world Muay Thai champion. He's got a couple belts. He actually won the world
Well,
championships.
tell him I'm sorry
He
for calling him all
did-
those names.
Oh, that's all good. He loves it. He loves the banter. It's great, and he deserves it too.
Muay Thai,
But yeah, like he was
He's-
over in Thailand. He
Thai's
did
very
a
good.
6-month tour over in the Thai circuits,
Wow.
and compared to what it was over
Right.
here in the competitive first kickboxing and then MMA, and he also won a couple of MMA title division championships when he was competing in MMA here too. But he's retired now, and he constantly reflects back on it. And he loves coaching. He loves the competition and the sport of it, but he constantly just loves the fact and talks about how he no longer has to stay that angry mentality and that like hateful wanting to damage mentality that you need when you're going into the ring or that sort
when
of
you're a fight. Yeah, that's
fighting, right? And that it's for angry people. You literally have to. He reflects about how much he just hated life, hated the world, sort of thing, to have that anger and that like destroy part in his younger years in that, and like just how like
fight and flight, right?
He loves life and loves being alive now that he's out of it and he's stepped back and that he's no longer.
But he got it out of him.
Sorry.
He got it out of him. That's what he did. He went around and he got that anger out against other people who were trying to do the same thing. So he wasn't hurting anyone, and
not quite.
He doesn't have it anymore.
Because there was a study that was done which kind of shows you what's happening here. So they got 100 people and they split it into 2 groups of 50, and then beforehand, so each person coming in, they'd piss the person off. So they'd create a situation where they really piss this person off. And then they go, now the group 1 went into a room and meditated. They had this room set up, and it had the picture of the person that just pissed them off in that room and stuff as well. They went into that room and meditated for 20 minutes. And then the other group, they went into that room and, release your anger. So they could tear that room apart, right? And at the end of that, then they looked at the difference between what was going on here. And the ones that are angry stayed angry, and the ones that meditated lost the anger, don't care about what happened at some point or whatever. They calmed down, they So think about that. Like, I don't think when people are punching a bag going, I'm working out my anger, I don't think they are. I think they're just putting themselves in a situation. Like, if you have to put yourself in a situation of anger to fight, right? And you put yourself in that all the time. You're just in that state. You're just in that state more, right? But think about this though too. Where people do martial arts and they work that out within themselves. So when they're in that fight and flight position, they're not in anger, they're not in flight, right? They're not putting themselves in that state. They're actually staying in a calm state so they can handle the situation. Now that person will choose not to fight if they don't have to. If they don't have to, they won't, because they're calm and relaxed, they understand the situation.
You're bang
That's
on.
also how you become a good fighter too, right? Just for, like,
and once the adrenaline
the calm
gets
fighter
too,
win.
That you get into that fight or flight mentality. Time literally slows down, and you are consciously trying to figure out how to de-escalate things and like how to like minimize like damage to like the people around you, like that like are your friends or crew or whatever it is, and then also like trying to avoid oncoming damage or whatnot, and that always talking to these people and myself too, it's like I will always try to de-escalate things, and it's like there's always going to be that one drunk over the top trying to like instigate idiot in a group of people when you're out socializing each time, right? Just that alpha trying to like express out in that person's ego or wherever they are in their life. But that then it's like the true fighters and experienced ones, it's like they stay back and are like hidden in it, but then once it's triggered, also go into that same slower time. And it's like those are the ones you have to watch out for, because if they're gonna strike, it's like they're taking down like everyone as quick as possible, or but until like someone else instigates it and like is harming like them or someone that's with them, they will do everything in their power to try to end things peacefully and like walk away with everyone together, sort of thing.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point, Sonny. You lack stamina when fighting out of pure rage. Absolutely spot on.
I love you all. I'm sorry I have to get to bed here. It is 6:20 a.m. in
yeah, I know. I was just looking. We've been going for 5 hours.
5 hours.
250 beautiful, amazing souls still
one.
with us.
Still 250
you
people.
All.
Thank you.
Happy holidays to everyone. Whenever you watch.
Happy holidays. Yes.
We'll do another one before then.
Don't chop down any trees. Do not recreate the reset.
Unless you're putting it into water, and thus it's not
enjoy
a pine
every day,
tree, so you can root it and grow a new tree. But pine trees specifically won't root like that, and it's like, why the heck is it a pine tree that we're using? Put a poplar and then or an apple tree, and it'll get a new tree.
Why is it a pine?
Christmas. What a great way to start a new year! Plant a fruit tree. That's what I'm going to start doing.
Why is it a pine tree?
Around pine trees.
Yes.
Because pine cones.
Just the smell. Just the smell. That's pinean. That's alpha pinean, beta pinean. That's what you're smelling when you smell.
Oh God, I could go on.
That's the only thing I liked. That's the only thing I liked about it was that
the
pine smell.
Go around the pine trees, and the pine trees have the pine cones, which is the pineal. He's gone. Are we still alive? Yeah. Yeah. The mushrooms go around the pine tree and the pine cone and the pineal. And the mushrooms make you trip and affect your pineal. I never thought of that one. So there you go, guys. Something for you all to think about. Pine trees, pineal glands, and mushrooms. Muscari. Is that what they call? Something like that. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being with us. Still 248 of you. Thanks, Callum, for jumping on, taking my place while I had to run out and staying for 4 hours or something. Nice to have you on. And thank you to everyone in the chat. We love you. Have an awesome day, weekend. And 21st is the solstice, 3 days. Yeah. So there's going to be another live stream. Tartari Australia, we're going to get Kel on. And we may have a few special guests. But you'll have to stay tuned because we're not telling you. So you have to join in. All right. Nice. So thank you. That's such a rude name. I looked up and I thought someone was abusing me, but it's their name. Cannot trees like flowers or flowers cannabis tree? Very nice. All right, guys. Love you all, and we'll talk to you soon. Stay awesome.
That's love.